Dispatch, and it is May 17, 2022, and we are now live for our first ever, May primary election results show. This is going to be live, going on for quite a while tonight. Be sure to tune in to either Facebook or YouTube, where you can watch this show. We're going to have results. We're going to have candidates. In fact, we're expecting Congressman Russ Fulcher to call in any minute now, and he's going to give us our first interview of the evening. Oh, here he is right here. So let's get Congressman Fulcher on and get an update from him. Congressman Fulcher, you're on live with Greg Pruitt and the Idaho Dispatch. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Greg. Great to talk to you.
Yeah, so you actually didn't have a primary tonight, correct?
I think that's called God's grace. But yes, I did not have a primary, and I'm extremely thankful over that. I, like you, have been through numerous election nights, and on most of them, I haven't known the outcome, and it's kind of nerve-wracking when you're a candidate. But it feels nice not to be in the race myself. However, there's certainly a lot of other things to watch, so we're not bored.
Okay. So how have things been going for you as a congressman, and what are some of the things that you are focused on as a congressman?
Well, to be blunt, if I weren't on the front row watching and fighting, frankly, the things going on and seeing things unfold firsthand, I'd say some of the stuff isn't even possible in the United States of America. I mean, the policies that we've adopted, opening up our southern border, restricting our own energy production so that we mandate purchase out of our enemies. I mean, these things you just can't fathom that a sane government would do, but that's what we're doing to ourselves. And so, frankly, the Republicans are in the minority right now, and so we wind up out of sheer necessity playing defense to try to slow bad things down or stop bad things instead of proactively working on the policies that would really do some good for the country. But there's still been some things that we've been able to achieve. Even going across the aisle and getting some support for it. There's still some positive things, but frankly, the overall policy just hasn't been good. Change can't come quick enough, Greg.
Okay. So we have Congressman Russ Fulcher joining us live from Washington, D.C. He is not here in Idaho tonight, so we've got him on the phone. Congressman, what do you think the November midterms are going to look like for the GOP and the Democrats, and how do you think that's all going to unfold?
Very confident on the House side there's going to be turnover. There's already 30 plus members on the Democrat side who have opted not even to run for their existing seat. That's a big turnover for them, and they know why. Many of them are in swing districts. They know that the situation in the country is not good. They're not popular, and so rather than spend a lot of money and lose, they're just getting out. And so that's one of many signs. But there is going to be turnover on the House. Frankly, I think there's going to be in the Senate too. Biden's policies have done a very good job of upsetting a lot of people, not just the Republicans. And I think that's going to carry over. We're going to see leadership change in the legislative branch. And Greg, I just got to tell you, that's not going to make things some kind of utopia because we're going to argue amongst ourselves. But what it will do, it will change the agenda. And this Nancy Pelosi agenda and Chuck Schumer agenda is not going to prevail. And that in and of itself is going to be a huge plus.
Okay. If you had to say there's one thing that Idaho constituents are contacting you the most about, what would you say that issue, or is there a couple issues that they bring up the most when they're talking to you?
Couple of them right now. Gas prices are right on the top of people's radar screen, as is grocery prices. I mean, that's taken a jump for everybody dramatically, taking a big bite out of everybody's paycheck, and just the position that this president has put us in on a national scale. I mean, people don't know the gravity of what's going on in Ukraine, And not that we caused that, but we're very slow in reacting to it. And what that all means, we get a lot of questions about that. Recently, there's been a lot of opinion sharing on the anticipated Supreme Court decision on Roe v. Wade. As you know, Idaho is a very, very pro-life state, and so people generally are pretty enthused about that, but also with questions: is it real? And what if anything can be done? And so those are the things that come through on the phones right now with constituent service, which from our local offices in Lewiston, Coeur d'Alene, and Meridian. The purpose of people's contacting our office for help has to do with one of two things almost exclusively: help with the IRS and or help with veteran services. Those are the two big things there.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, sir, do you have a message for Idahoans tonight as they look for the results here in about another, 10, 15 minutes?
We have a tendency on election night, me especially, to look at everything as a win and a loss. And I just want to encourage everybody to perhaps take a little bit of a different approach, because I want to congratulate anybody who's willing to put themselves out there and run for an office, because it's not easy and you're going to get hit. But our republic, and it's not a democracy, it's a republic. Our republic depends on that, the engagement and people being informed. So rather than look at wins and losses, look at this as perhaps just a repositioning of where people stand in the fight, because we're in the fight of our lives, Greg. Yeah. This country is in trouble. We're in the fight of our lives, and we need everybody. And so if somebody comes up short on a vote, rather than just thinking, okay, I lost, I'm out. No, how do we reposition you for another role in this fight? And I just encourage people to look at it that way.
Okay. All right, Congressman. Well, we know you're extremely busy and we know you got a lot going on. So be safe in your travels, and we appreciate you taking time to reach out to the Idaho Dispatch and talk to us tonight.
Appreciate you, Greg. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. For those that don't know, that was U.S. Congressman Russ Fulcher. Congressman Russ Fulcher does not have a primary opponent. And so, and I believe he just picked up President Trump's endorsement a few days ago. And so he is on to the general election with, I think, a Democrat opponent and a Libertarian opponent. And so we appreciate him taking time to talk to us tonight. We are going to have quite a few candidates who will be joining us here in the studio, in the hotel room. So, and for those of you guys watching, we've got screens everywhere, and we're trying to keep everything updated and going. And are we good on the TV there? We're good there. Okay, so
it's delayed a little bit, but
yeah. No, that's fine. And you can blow it up bigger. So, so tonight we're looking at quite a few races. We have the governor's race. There are 8 candidates in the governor's race. This is one of the most talked about races. The governor's race is usually where the most people tend to pay attention. And then, lieutenant governor's race, and it kind of goes down from there. But Governor Brad Little is running for re-election. He has 7 challengers, and I think we interviewed almost all of them. There was one, Lisa Marie, we did not have a chance to interview, but we interviewed over the course of this last year. We interviewed Janice McGeehan. We interviewed Ed Humphreys, Steve Bradshaw, Ashley Jackson, Ben Kennedy, Cody Usabel, and I think that was it. And then we didn't get to Lisa Marie. So we did our best to interview all of those candidates. Our polling had Governor Little ahead significantly back in early May. We've told people from the beginning, it's just a poll. What we were trying to do with the Idaho Dispatch polling when it came to the governor's race was how are the races going? Because here was the thing. We would talk to candidates in pretty much all of the races, and every single one of them would tell us, we're doing great in the race. We're neck and neck with, let's say, Governor Little. And we kept going, well, then can somebody please release the poll results so we can see what that looks like? And nobody would. And so that's when Idaho Dispatch was like, hey, you know what? Polling is just polling. It's a snapshot from a select group of people. who are intending to vote in the Republican primary. And so we did our best to do some polling for Idahoans, and it may turn out to be spot on, may turn out to be a little off, and may turn out to be way off. We really don't know. And so the polling that we had, Governor Little was up to around the high 50s, and Lieutenant Governor Janice McGeehan came in at second place. Ed Humphreys came in third place in our polling with about 6%, and then the others were less than 2%. And so, how accurate is that polling going to be? We really don't know. You can leave a comment for us. Let us know who you think is going to win the governor's race. In the lieutenant governor's race, we have, Speaker Scott Bedke. We have Representative Priscilla Giddings, and we have another guy's name that I have a really hard time pronouncing his last. I think it's Giosorski or something like that. Anyway, so that is another big race that people are watching. I would say one of the more interesting races because the amount of money was pretty close. Both candidates were heavily campaigning across the state when it comes to Representative Giddings and Speaker Bedke, and I believe Representative Giddings was going to be here tonight, possibly to do an interview, and we're hoping to get quite a few other candidates for those that are watching. But Speaker Bedke and Priscilla Giddings both were going across the state, tons of ads, tons of endorsements, and everything on both sides. And so it was really kind of a fascinating race to watch. In that polling, in the same polling that we did for the governor's race, in the lieutenant governor's race, Priscilla Giddings initially in December, I think, was down 34-13, somewhere in there. And over 5-month time frame, when we did the polling again in May, she ended up down 7%, and our polling had an error margin of plus or minus 4. So she was very close to that error margin, had kind of closed the gap. Bedke had lost a little bit, and so that will be really interesting to see tonight who kind of pulls that race out. Jumping over to the other race that we did for polling, and we only did this one time, was the Attorney General's race. And this is another very high-profile race because former Congressman Raul Labrador jumped in the race. And he is taking on long-term incumbent Lawrence Wasden. Wasden has been the Attorney General since 2003. He was elected in 2002. You don't take office until 2003. So Wasden became the Attorney General and has been in there for a really long time. And Labrador is probably the first and biggest name to take on Lawrence Wasden. And so you also have another candidate up north, Art McIntyre. Him and Labrador, at least from what we look at, are kind of running a similar race. It seems to be the same type of the more conservative wing of the party versus Wasden, who some have said is part of the more moderate wing of the party and has the endorsement of Governor Little and others. And so Labrador did pick up Senator Mike Lee from Utah as an endorsement and Senator Ted Cruz as an endorsement. I believe he also picked up Mike Pompeo and the CPAC endorsement. And so that race, we had Labrador up, I believe, by 4%. So still within the margin of error, but typically it's really hard to get ahead of an incumbent unless that incumbent has done something to really kind of frustrate the public. And so Wasden is being challenged. And so we would talk to voters, and we would watch the comments and see kind of what frustrated people about certain candidates. When it came to Wasden, there was some frustration that he didn't join in on the election lawsuit with Ken Paxton out of Texas. Okay, that seemed to frustrate people. Some people just want fresh blood in. They just don't want Wasden in there anymore. And when you go to Labrador, some people are frustrated that Labrador jumped in the race late, and where Art McIntyre, for instance, had already been in, I think, that race for a year. And some of the, I guess, politicos and inside baseball people said they were a little frustrated with Labrador because he jumped into the race back in 2018 when Congressman Fulcher was actually running for governor against Little. And then Labrador jumped in the race. Fulcher got out and ran for Congress and won his congressional seat that he has now. So that's some of the frustration there. And then Art McIntyre, the big thing was a lot of people just didn't know who he was. And that's really hard. It's really hard in a statewide race to buy that much Name recognition. Name recognition is everything in politics, and you got to have a lot of money in a statewide race to get your name out there to that many people. Excuse me. Labrador has a lot of name recognition. From his previous time as a congressman, and so I think maybe that gives him a leg up, where a lot of challengers may not have the ability to do that. So that race will be another very closely watched race. The other race statewide is Secretary of State. That one, there are 3 candidates. You have Dorothy Moon, you have Mary Souza, and you have Phil McGrain. There's gonna be a lot of that tonight. We're forgetting names with all these different races and stuff. And what time are we at here? So it is 9:00, and we are watching the Secretary of State's website very closely. Again, for those that don't know, typically in Idaho, what we've seen is that the results from the absentee ballots will probably come in first. And hey, you guys let me know that are watching. Can you hear? It's going to be, we have the door open so people can kind of come in and out. Let me know if it's too loud when they're walking by. It sounds loud to us, but it may not sound loud to you. So as long as you can hear me over the passersby, then we'll be fine. So 9:00, we are at 9:00, which means technically the polls have closed across the state. However, I want to remind everybody, if you are in line to vote, and you are in line to vote by 8:00, before 8:00 p.m., whichever time zone you're in, okay, if you're in Mountain Time, if you're in before 8:00, you have a right to vote, okay? They cannot come out and just say, hey, it's past 8:00, you're done. If you were in line prior to 8:00, you have a right to vote. And so if there's issues, you've got to talk to your clerk or whoever, but that is the law. And we have cleared that with the Secretary of State's office multiple times over the years, that you have a right to vote as long as you're in line by 8:00 p.m. And we are hearing reports of massive backlogs of people, big lines in places like Canyon County, where they're just out the door and potential waiting times of an hour to 2 hours. So this could be a very, very long night waiting to hear results. But typically what has happened in years past is that the Secretary of State's office usually fairly quickly will release the absentee ballots, which is not a very large percentage. And so what we're going to have down where you guys can see Idaho Dispatch in the bottom left corner, once results start coming in, that will disappear and we'll start posting as many results as we can. Tonight, we are going to cover all the Republican races for statewide races, including the congressional race, 2nd Congressional District, as well as U.S. Senate. Then we'll have the Democrat results for their gubernatorial primary, and they don't have any other races that I'm aware of on the state level or statewide level. We'll have the Libertarian Party gubernatorial results and the Constitution Party of Idaho gubernatorial results. After that, we're going to move down into state legislative races. And we spent a lot of time today trying to put all of these together. And there's 35 of them. And so it's going to take time. We'll, as we get results, we'll put those on there and post those for you guys to see. Again, that could take quite a while before we see some of those state legislative results potentially. So be sure to tune in. Now, the other thing is we're doing this show live for you guys on Facebook and on YouTube. I could have done this from my home, but everybody was encouraging me to come up here, do it live from the venue so that we can hopefully get a lot of candidates and to do interviews and to talk to candidates. And so, but that costs a significant amount of money. And we ended up, I think, around $1,100 between food and hotel and gas and all of that stuff coming out of our pockets to try and give you guys a really good show tonight. And we hope that ends up being worth your time. If for some reason the feed drops, we will be back as quickly as possible. So anything yet? Not quite from the SOS office? Okay. No, not yet. So yeah, we'll continue to monitor those results and get those as quickly as we can. And I'm passing notes so that we can, you want to see if there's anybody real quick? Okay. So after Secretary of State, so with the Secretary of State, we did not do polling in that race. There was a variety of reasons. Number one, it cost a fortune to, somebody was asking, where do you donate? If you go to idahodispatch.com/donate, you can scroll down to the donate button and pitch in a few bucks to help us out, and that would be fantastic. We did tell all of the visitors coming into the hotel room that if they're drunk, they should donate as generously as possible, and we'll see. We'll see if it works. But with that, I would say that we didn't do the Secretary of State's office for a variety of reasons. The biggest one is me. It's just we can only ask so many questions. We try to focus on the bigger races where people definitely knew the candidates a lot more, and so we didn't do any polling in this one. It's hard to say. Dorothy Moon is part of the more conservative wing of the Republican Party, where Mary Souza and Phil McGrain are considered, part of the more moderate wing of the party. Phil McGrain picked up the endorsements of a lot of the Republican clerks and Governor Little, I believe Speaker Bedke, and quite a few folks gave him the endorsement. And so it's tough to see. Mary Souza's kind of maybe more part of that moderate wing, so it's hard to tell if she's going to take more votes potentially if she ends up in second or third from Phil McGrain or from Dorothy Moon. So a really interesting race to watch. And I would say typically the Secretary of State's office doesn't get a lot of views as far as a race that people watch as much, but because of the election discussions, and in Idaho, the SOS office runs the elections, that race has gotten quite a bit more look from voters trying to figure out who they want to vote in to ensure the elections in Idaho are secure. The last statewide race is the Superintendent of Education. We did interview Brandon Durst. We did interview Debbie Critchfield. We did not have a chance to interview Sherry Ibarra. Miss Ibarra is the current Superintendent of Education. Brandon Durst is from the more conservative wing of the party, and Debbie Critchfield is kind of on the more moderate side. And so, again, another three-way race that could be very interesting given the dynamics of each candidate and who is polling votes from who and how that vote split is going to go. For those that don't know, in Idaho, there is no 50% requirement to win. Okay, there's no runoff election. So, for instance, in 2018, when Governor Little won, he got, I think, 36 or 37% of the vote. And Labrador ended up with, I believe, 33 or somewhere in there. And then Tommy Alquist got in the high 20s, I think. And so there's no runoff election. As long as you're the candidate with the most, you're going to win. And that's been an issue for some people in the Republican Party that we've talked to. They want a runoff election. They want somebody to have to get 50% rather than having a 3 or 4-way race and somebody ends up winning with 30%. So there is no runoff election in the Republican primary. The Republican primary is closed. The Democrat primary is open. That's been another hot topic this year. Some voters going to the Republican polls today, and they've sent us messages saying, "Hey, actually we had a Democrat and a Constitution Party member that reached out to us and said, 'Hey, I went and tried to vote in the Republican primary today. Why couldn't I do that?' So the Republican primary is closed. That means that you have to have been registered since like March 11th, I think. You had to be a registered Republican, or if you're somebody who is unaffiliated, you can vote in the Republican primary. And so that may be a frustration for some people, but that if you were trying to vote today and you couldn't vote, that may be the reason why, is because the Republican primary is closed. One of the other big races, it's not a statewide race, but the 2nd congressional district race between there's 5 candidates: Mike Simpson, Brian Smith, Flint Christensen, and a few other candidates in that race. That one is another very closely watched race. And, we didn't do any polling. We've been told the polling between Simpson and Smith is pretty close. But again, we never saw that polling. And for some reason, nobody wants to share their polling results. And it was interesting because nobody wanted to tell us what their polling results were. And we would share our stuff and take the scrutiny and say, "Hey, here's how we did it. you're welcome. Here's all the data, and you can just butcher it if you want, or however you want to do it. And we were willing to take that beating and just say, hey, all we're trying to give you is a snapshot. Well, all these candidates, they don't want to release their polling results, but then they would come out and attack us, the Idaho Dispatch, for trying to give them, some sort of snapshot. And we thought that was kind of funny that they weren't willing to do that. So I'm going to try and pull up the election results while we're talking here. So that is another very closely watched race. A lot of people had told us that Trump was going to get involved in that race, but President Trump, but he did not get involved in that race. So again, we are now at 9:10 Mountain Time. This is typically the time when we, can kind of start seeing results come in. We have not seen those come in at this time. We are still watching. Are you here to do an interview? Are you here for an interview?
Yes, Christy sent me down.
Okay.
What do you want me to do?
Well, come on the camera. That would be the most helpful.
Will that help? Okay.
So yeah, just don't spill your water or wine or whatever it is on the computer stuff. But
Yeah.
all right. So our first candidates, I guess candidate Russ Fulcher really wasn't a candidate because he didn't have a primary election. There you go. So we are live here at the Idaho Dispatch, and we are joined by Representative Tammy Nichols. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Here, let me
Good.
put the mic in between us there.
Okay, that works.
So, how you're from Canyon County? So we've been hearing a lot of potential issues in Canyon County. Do you know anything about that? We've heard really long lines and people getting
Yes.
turned away, or what's the?
There were some different issues going on. I can attest from the long lines because we were across the street from one of the major polling locations in Middleton, and they literally had lines out the door for quite some time. And so, yes, there were very long lines. I heard Nampa and Middleton were kind of just these huge crowds, huge lines. They had to bring in more voting machines because they didn't have enough for everybody to be able to utilize. So they brought in more voting machines. There were some people that got turned away. I'm not quite sure what all the reasoning was for that. But I think they were trying to address it at that point in time and get things taken care of. So yeah, I went in and voted in my precinct. Probably took me about 20 minutes, so mine wasn't as bad, but there were some locations. I think the area that was across the street that had the long line, I think they had 3 or 4 precincts in that one spot. So I think that's why it increased the lines.
Okay, and we have been telling people, like, hey, you have a right. If you are in time,
Right.
in before that 8 o'clock deadline, you
Yes.
have a right to vote.
Yes.
And so if a poll worker comes out and says, hey, it's past 8 o'clock, everybody go home.
Right. No.
You're not allowed to do
Yes, they're supposed to let everybody that's in line to vote, even if it's past 8 o'clock. So yeah.
Okay. So you're a representative, but you're running for Senate this
Correct.
go around.
Yep.
And what do you feel this campaign? I've heard from a lot of people from across the political spectrum that they felt like this campaign was one of the dirtiest campaigns in Idaho history, and maybe they say that every time. I don't know, but what has that been like for you this time?
I would have to agree. I think this election cycle has been one of the more dirty ones that I've seen, and probably the whole time that I've been involved in politics. My race was that way. I ran a very clean race, but my opponent was mudslinging and making accusations and different things along those lines. We saw that in a lot of different races. I mean, just blatant lies or mistruths or taking things and spinning them into what they weren't. And so, yeah, I think this has been a pretty nasty cycle overall. It's been kind of interesting to watch that and to see the level. I mean, I love debating issues and voting records and, just policies. But it's like a lot of people a lot of candidates that were doing the mudslinging and stuff, they didn't even want to attempt to try to debate those things. It was just going straight to character attacks. And that's unfortunate because I would think, as a voter myself, I want to know where people stand on the issues and what are they going to be doing? How are they going to work on things? And you don't get that information if you're just trying to attack somebody's character the whole time. So it's unfortunate. I know there is a lot of money spent in some of these races, and a lot of it went to attack ads where they were just attacking people. I got my fair share But it actually benefited me just because of the organization that was doing it. A lot of people responded very positively to it because teachers unions and things along those lines. And so, yeah. But yeah, it's been interesting to watch the races and see how gross they've gotten.
Yeah, so we actually did an article on your race. You were accused of bribery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that you had paid for a vote or something along those lines. I can't remember. Or gotten a donation and then did a certain vote.
Yeah, within a couple hours,
which is a felony.
Right.
So that's so typically the Idaho Dispatch doesn't get involved with the campaign mudslinging because we'd be writing 8,000 articles every day.
Yeah.
But in this case, we were like, hey, this is somebody accusing you of a felony. I mean, that's a big deal, right? You can't just ignore something like that. And so we did cover that. But
sure.
Yeah, what are you? So you're out in Canyon County. What are, I guess, the two biggest issues that Canyon County voters that talked about during the campaign?
Yeah, I would say one of them is the growth that's taking place out in Canyon County. People are very concerned. People want to live in rural areas for the environment. They don't want to be within a city. And we are seeing a lot of rubber stamping of developments and things along those lines taking place. And so the growth, the traffic that's coming with it, it feels like we're outpacing our infrastructure, so our schools and our roads and everything. And it doesn't seem like that there's going to be a slowdown in these developments. There's so many that are already being proposed. There's a lot of other little issues that come into play with that. But that's one big issue. Taxes, of course, are still another. I mean, we're all feeling tax increases with inflation going on, gas prices, food prices. And so, that's a concern for people because that's hitting them directly in the pocketbook. And I would say probably the next third issue is probably education. The demand that I'm hearing is that people want school choice. Parents want school choice. They want to be able to make that determination on the education that's best suited for their student. And so they want to be able to have that ability to determine where it goes. And, I always tell people that we need to be funding the students and not the systems. And I think that would create a more healthier environment in our education system. So those seem to be the top three.
Okay. What, how are you feeling about tonight? You've ran before, so in comparison to previous elections, how are you feeling about
I feel
tonight?
pretty good about tonight. This was probably a harder race just simply because I had to not only campaign, but also try to figure out how to deflate the accusations that were being thrown at me by my opponent and, how I was going to handle those. And so, I treat all of my races as if they are the race, and I run them the same way every time, as hard as I can. I was out. I mean, I have a sunburn today because I was out sign waving and doing voter information and everything. So right up until through today, just campaign.
Okay.
So I feel pretty good about it.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, as you know, Idaho elections, you'll get your race results at like 2:00 in the morning. So
yeah, it might be a little slower. No, and I'm just so appreciative of all the people that have supported me and, either through volunteering or donations or whatever the case may be. I've had a lot of great support, and that's very humbling because I feel that, I try to work really hard for my constituents, for people in Idaho in general. And so it's just really nice to see that, I'm making that impact and that they feel confident enough that they want to support me trying to move into the Senate area now. Sure. And the Senate, we need to make some changes over there. I really want to bring a conservative touch over to the Senate. And, that's one of the reasons I decided to run for Senate was to start making those changes that are necessary.
Okay. Awesome. Well, anything else?
I think that's it. It'll be a long night, but we're here to do it.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. And if you can, feel free to send some more candidates down our way.
Okay, we'll do that. I'll go around
open to talk to folks. So
all right,
awesome.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, for those that don't know, that's Representative Tammy Nichols out in what is it, District 10 now, right? Yeah, was District 11, now District 10. Looks like we're starting to get some results in. Can you flip those when you get a chance. Just to actually, can you throw the governor's one up? So again, remember, is the percent reporting accurate? This here on all those, do you know?
It's not showing. It's not showing it.
Okay, if it doesn't, that's fine. Yeah. So again, very early results in for those that are watching online. Usually, this first batch is absentee ballots, and so for the governor's race right now, with the results that have come in so far, do you know about how many total votes on this is? If you just scroll up.
3,000.
Yeah, a couple thousand.
Yeah.
So this
rare.
is typically the absentee ballots. Scroll down a little bit more, or up. Sorry. Where's the governor's one? Oh, right there. So yeah, I mean that's 3,500 votes. So still a lot of votes to go. So we typically tell people don't put too much into the early stuff. But right now, with the early results, likely just the absentees, which is a really low number. I mean, that means a lot of people went back to voting in person. But Little at 70%, McGeehan at 20%, Humphreys at 8%, and then everybody else was under 1%, I assume. It looks like. Okay. And then everybody else under 1%. And then in the, you're fine to keep going. Lieutenant governor's race, we have, I'm going to do that. We have Bedke at 63.29%, Giddings at 31.84%, and Gasierowski, I'm guessing, at 4.87%. You can round those two if you want, down and up accordingly. We'll give you guys rounded numbers from now on. And then in the Attorney General's race, I can see it. You're fine. Yeah. Wasden at 56%, Labrador at 37%, and Mecklenburg at 7%. So just some of the early results that we have in so far, and we're going to kind of get those updated for you guys as quickly as possible. You wanting to do an interview?
No.
No? Why not?
If you need me, I will, but.
Yeah, might as well. Why not?
Okay,
You're a big part of the elections.
Why not?
Come on over.
Let's do this.
Come on over.
All right.
All right. So I'm going to have, for those that don't know, this is Dustin Hurst with the Idaho Freedom Foundation, one of the organizations that is you sort of involved in the elections.
Sort of. I mean, IFF itself was not, but there were a lot of freedom groups that were involved.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
What questions you have for me, Greg?
What's
my favorite dish? It's spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
Yeah. I do like long walks on the beach. Sorry, it's the election's over. I got to jump around just a little bit to leave the tension just a little bit, my friend.
Yeah. So
all right, let's get serious.
What do you think about tonight? I mean, compare this year's election to the previous elections. What do you think overall on how the elections were handled, how the candidates campaigned?
This could not have been a nastier election. This is the nastiest one I've ever seen, with allegations being thrown around right and left, cease and desist letters flying around from attorneys to candidates. It was ugly, and it was ugly up until the last minute. I think a lot of people were confused by just the amount of noise that was generated by the campaigns, the PACs, the special interest groups. The amount of money pouring in is unbelievable, and I can't wait to see the numbers after this. But you're going to see a lot of people go down just because they were smeared by special interests right and left, and there was just no money to respond. I mean, unbelievable sums of money were spent on this race, and it's unfortunate, but I think that's how politics works in a lot of other states, and we're just catching up to it. And I think this is the new normal for us, unfortunately. It is what it is, and we all play the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's races that are state legislative races, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that is not normal.
Not at all.
Not typically.
The estimate that I saw in District 9 for one of the House seats, Scott Stein versus Judy Boyle, special interests, including the COS, the Convention of States people, spent a total of $200,000 to oust Judy Boyle, which is unbelievable to me for two reasons. Number one, Judy's record isn't great as far as on our Idaho Freedom Index. But she's a solid conservative when it matters most. She voted for school choice. She votes for tax relief. She's for grocery tax repeal. And Scott Stein should have been running as a Democrat in this primary. He really should have been. So that any conservative groups came out and supported him with any amount of funding is unbelievable to me. But again, it's election season and things get funny and they get nasty. And I can't wait to see the final numbers on that one. And I really hope Judy comes out on top.
So, your group's name comes up a lot during the election.
Does it? Does it?
A few times it's come up, and a lot of positive, a lot of negative from some folks. And what is that like? And basically running that organization. Are you the president now?
I'm the vice president.
Vice president.
I wish I was the president. Get
Right?
that paycheck, right?
There you go. As the vice president, I mean, what is that like during the election cycle? Hearing your organization's name run through the mud, maybe just as much, if not more, than some candidates, versus the people that do like the Idaho Freedom Index and that kind of stuff.
What I can say, Greg, is that this year we worked harder than ever to get our Freedom Index in front of people, and we were printing night and day. Literally, I was sleeping on the floor of my office overnight, taking 1 hour breaks from printing because people were so desperate to understand the legislative process. I think that was the one silver lining of the pandemic is a lot of people saw that government could do all sorts of things that they didn't think it could do. Shut down schools, shut down churches, give tickets for yard sales. Thanks, Governor Little. And a lot of people were very uncomfortable from that. And so they said, hey, we need a source of information. We want to get involved, but we don't know where to start. And so they turned a lot to our Idaho Freedom Index. You saw a lot of mudslinging at us, which is, you and I have talked about this personally. It's like clockwork. About February, the press starts slinging mud at IFF, calling us racist and white nationalists and far right and extremists. I think the word extremists is the word of the year for Idaho. It was probably used 30 million times in this primary. I think there was a Huffington Post piece that dropped today that I think the author used it 430,000 times in a 500-word article or whatever. Like it was ridiculous how often that word was used. Somebody got some polling that said just label these guys as extreme. But like I said, there's been an outpouring of support for the information that we provide because people are so sick of the political spin. And I think you're going to see that tonight. You're going to see some surprising results in some of these elections because a lot of people did their homework and really cut through the political spin and the BS. Okay. That was a big answer. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. So for those that are maybe watching, can you explain just briefly the Idaho Freedom Index for people that are like, hey, what the heck is he talking about? What does that mean?
So the Idaho Freedom Index is the most effective legislative scorecard to help you figure out how your lawmakers vote. Basically, what we do is we go through all the consequential legislation. We say, how does this affect your liberty, your pocketbook? Does it expand government? Does it increase taxes? Does it increase regulations? Does it make it harder to do business? And then we score bills based on what we find. So a bill that cuts a government regulation and makes it easier for, say, a cosmetologist to get into business. There was a hair braider bill this year that exempted hair braiders from cosmetology school. That was a great bill, helped a lot of people and helped them get into business faster. That got a positive rating. If it's a bill that raises taxes, it gets a negative rating. Throughout the session, we do that in real time. So ratings are available to lawmakers, so they know they don't have staff. So they aren't, able to do their homework quite as easily as in other states. They don't have, paid people doing their stuff, right? So what we do is then we make it available to them, and then they accumulate a score over the session based on how they vote. If you generally tend to vote for freedom and liberty, you rise to the top. The Ron Nates, the Heather Scotts, the Tammy Nichols. If you are a Democrat or a fake Republican, you tend to fall to the bottom. The Fred Woods, the Scott Signs, the Alana Rebels, those people. And we've been fiercely attacked because before the index, there was no reliable way to tell who was doing what in the Capitol. You would see in campaign season that, Republicans would say, well, I vote for, killing wolves and I'm pro-life and I vote for guns, so I'm Republican. Well, it's way bigger than that, way bigger than that. Consider that the same people who claim to be conservative, the Chuck Winders, the Jeff Agenbrods, the Carl Crabtrees, grew government spending by 21% this year. That's outrageous, and there's nothing conservative about that. You would only know that by paying attention to the Idaho Freedom Index and the Idaho Spending Index. That's what our index does.
Sure. Hey, one sec. Christy, when you're posting, there's nothing there.
Oh,
Come on, Christy.
Make sure you hit save. If you're not hitting save, then they're not posting. Anyway, okay, so, Senator Winder, for
Oh, boy.
instance.
Oh, boy.
He has heavily criticized your organization and as well as some of the other lawmakers and other groups, saying that you have too much influence and that these lawmakers just go in when they get elected and they just do what they're told by the Idaho Freedom Foundation. And you guys are telling them how to vote on bills and all that kind of stuff. Is that true, not true?
So when he said, so let's back up for context. Chuck Winder did a piece with KTVB and he said basically they have too much influence and they're telling people how to vote. What he should have continued saying was, and that's my job as the Senate Majority Leader, Senate Pro Tem, right? They are just upset that we are upsetting the apple cart and showing people that there's a different way to vote, that you don't have to do what leadership tells you to do. And there was a really good senator who we'll get into this later, who showed that in the Senate this year, that you don't have to play by the rules and you don't have to accept that leadership is in control, that you are actually there as a senator or a House member to represent your constituents. And they are really upset that we obstruct their agenda and show what's really happening. Like I said, so many of them are so used to just saying, hey, I kill wolves, I vote for babies, and I vote for guns. I'm conservative. Well, that's not true, and you know it now because of the Idaho Freedom Foundation. And we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to keep telling the truth, no matter how uncomfortable that makes Chuck Winder, who may or may not be back at the Capitol next year.
Yeah. So let's jump to the results tonight. I mean, we have very early results, but we don't really put too much into because it's a couple thousand votes out of what's going to be a very big night. But how are you feeling about tonight and candidates that you guys think would be good for Liberty versus candidates that won't, across the board from statewide to legislative? How do you think that's going tonight?
I think conservatives are going to have their hearts broken in many, many races tonight, unfortunately. And I say that because, like I said, special interests have spent so much money, more than ever in the history of Idaho, smearing good conservatives, the Ron Nates, the Chad Christensens, the Tammy Nichols, people like that. So you're going to see some key losses. Janice McGean is not going to prevail tonight. Sorry, guys. I wish it weren't true, but it is. We'll see if Priscilla Giddings can pull it off. We'll see Raul Labrador win. That's pretty much a lock. But there's been some brutal attacks on Dorothy Moon. I'd love to see her in the office. She would do really, really well there, but I don't think we're going to see that either. Legislatively, I think we're going to lose some good bodies. Ron Nate, who has been a fierce defender of liberty, is probably going to lose because Madison County was a war zone, and he was outspent probably 5-1 would be my guess, and just brutal attacks. But you're going to see some surprises. Chad Christensen is going to hold on. Tammy Nichols is going to move on to the Senate. You're going to see some Phil Hart in the Senate is going to be fantastic up in District 2. That's going to be great. And there, like I said, there may be some surprises. Will Chuck Winder make it through the night? See, Jeff Agenbrod, Carl Crabtree, Jim Woodward. The Idaho Senate could look very, very different this year. I'm optimistic that conservatives and voters won't be fooled by the special interest money in some of these races. I'm really encouraged by some of the candidates with how hard they work to tell the truth about what's really happening in Idaho. It's encouraging at that level. The statewide level, oh well. In 4 years, we'll have Governor Labrador, and we can all celebrate, I suppose.
Yeah, so the turnout today, we've been told, has been really heavy in a lot of the big areas. Do you think that bodes well for the more conservative wing of the party or the more moderate wing of the party with a heavier turnout?
Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. I hope it bodes well for the conservatives, but only time will tell. And as you mentioned, we won't get results until about 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I hope it bodes well. And what I will say is that a lot of people think that the new Californians are coming here to change the state and to bring their liberal policies with them. And I don't think that's true. And I think you're going to see that tonight. I think you're going to see a lot of unexpected results because of those California voters who have seen what it is to watch a state fail and to watch a state just basically lose everything to socialism. And they're going to vote accordingly. That will be very evident in District 20, Chuck Winder's race, in District 14, in the Grove versus Thane race, and Ted Hill versus Tracy Kalish, however you say that. So my thing to watch tonight is those new voters who who are very active, very engaged, and ready to preserve the Idaho way, even though they've only been here a short period of time.
Okay. All right. Well, anything else? You're gonna be sticking around?
I'm going to be here
tonight?
till results come in at 3. So I'm going to grab a Rockstar or a Monster. I'm here all night.
We're 34 minutes in, and I think we're
Oh my
still on
gosh.
the absentee ballots results, and that's pretty much it. Right? Is it changed at all?
It's changing.
It is going to be changing.
Yeah, the numbers have changed since we started.
Okay.
Can I
All right.
interview you?
Awesome.
What are you allowed to give opinions?
No.
Dang it! Oh, you're.
I don't dispatch. No opinions.
Okay, fine.
No.
Do you have any opinions on the races? Like,
Yeah, they'll be done tonight. Or
you are the
tomorrow
worst.
night
You are the
sometime,
worst. I'm
so-
leaving. Get out of here. I'm leaving.
All right, thank you. That was Dustin Hurst with the Idaho Freedom Foundation. So we'll continue. Does it have the percentages at all or not? Like as far as
No,
percent
Not
reporting?
yet.
Not at the very, very top? No.
Just how many counties?
Oh, see, that's
We don't have any local
county
anything,
reporting.
yeah.
Okay, so I may have to use.
We don't have the legislative.
See if the maybe the KTVB link does or something. So again, we're going to continue bringing in new candidates and interviewing folks about the elections tonight. And on top of that, we'll give you guys results that should be scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now. So this is one I think you guys already saw, but we haven't seen yet. Debbie Critchfield at 40%, Sherry Ibarra at 34%, and Brandon Durst at 24%. Does theirs give a percent?
Mhm.
Okay, but does it say 0?
No, it's what?
Okay. No, hit cancel. Hit cancel right here. So again, the first candidate that we interviewed was Tammy Nichols. She is running for state senate. She is currently a representative, and we should have more candidates coming in tonight. We did have Congressman Fulcher on earlier, but let us know in the comments. What do you guys think about who will or will not come out on top today? And let me jump on my phone here and try to take a look at some of the comments and see what you guys are saying. Let's see here. It'll let me. If you guys have any reports, let's see. Oh, that's the wrong screen. There we go. Oh, 81 comments. Holy cow. All right. Here we go. Oh, some people are saying hi, Christy Zitto. You leaned in and they saw
Sorry,
your face.
I'm trying to not be there.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. That's all right. So yeah, let us know what you guys are thinking on the elections tonight and who you think is going to. Yes, that is Christy Zitto is helping me out tonight. That way we can have some folks in here. So. The amount of money, and that wasn't something that Dustin Hurst brought up, the amount of money that was spent on the elections was beyond anything I had ever seen. I mean, typically, if you see a candidate spend around $35,000, that's not completely uncommon. But all of a sudden, what's that?
You're fooling with my mouse. I can't do my work. You're making my mouse move.
Oh, sorry. Give me 1 second. My bad. I was wondering too. I'm like, my mouse keeps moving. What's
I
happening
can't
here?
go. I'm trying to update.
We have
and
to
You're
share
moving
the same
mouse.
mouse. Sorry about that. I just wanted to pull up so I can go through some of the comments.
I think people didn't know
But-
they were going to have as live a program as.
Oh yeah, this is
actually
live
live.
and yeah,
And
this
lively.
raw as you're gonna get. So, but yeah, lots of money spent on some races, like $200,000 in a state legislative race is absolutely insane in a state like Idaho. Now you may see that in a place like Pennsylvania, but not in a state like Idaho. That's just really, really strange for those of us that have been following elections for a long time to see so many people doing that. Let's see. Heidi says, I hope they all voted. Okay, go ahead now. You're good.
Can I have the mouse?
Yeah, you can have the mouse
Do
back.
my job.
I hope they all voted early and actually liberty-minded people voted later. Jerry says the amount of money for Little Wazenbecki and that cabal, yeah, we know. So yeah, lots of money was spent during this election cycle and just kind of unreal. Radio ads, TV ads, literature in your mailboxes, signs everywhere, and that may seem normal, but the amount that we've seen was just quite a bit more than we had seen in the past. So is that an update there? Okay, so on an update for the results for governor, Little at 63, McGeehan at 23, Humphreys at 10, Bradshaw, and then everybody else must be under 1%. So
So far.
yeah, so far, and again, that's likely to change. You know about what the total votes was on that so far.
On the
Ish.
governor?
Yeah. Just so we can kind of get an idea of how much it went up.
So
Quite a bit.
18,000 votes.
Yeah, about. Oh yeah, no, it has it right there. Okay, so yeah, that's about 18,000 votes, and then we can maybe change this now to whatever they have on the 3. So that's about 3% reporting, 18,000 votes. So still quite a few votes to come in. Typically, the turnout is about 17 to 18% in the Republican primary. It may be a lot higher this time around, and we'll just kind of have to monitor that and see. Let me pull up my YouTube here and see what other comments we have. Again, who do you guys have winning tonight in some of these elections? Let's see. So Deborah says that hit campaign Becky did against Giddings was terrible. Freaking liars. She also said sign the slime. Northern Gal says here is hoping and praying that the residents are smart enough not to believe the lies, no matter how much they paid to say those lies. We have lived through the last 2 years and watched everything. Let's see. So yeah, again, lots and lots of early results. Did you do the okay? That one. What about the lieutenant governor? Has that one changed at all or not? Not yet. Okay, so this one is still 3. This is 3%. That's current. Okay, so the AG's race and update. Lawrence Wasden, who is the incumbent at 49, Raul Labrador at 41, and Art Mackenber at 9. So that is the current. Again, very, very early. Don't put too much into early voting. And, once we get up to, maybe 35, 40%, then you can maybe start to see much more of a pattern. Because what can happen on these early votes and these early results is one part of one county all of a sudden dumps all of their data into the system and they finish and they give it to the SOS office, and the SOS office puts it in. And then all of a sudden the numbers go like this and just completely change. So these numbers could stay the same. They could change slightly, or they could change dramatically over the night. And so I wouldn't put too much in there, until a little bit later on. Let's see. Doug Nichols says AG is going to tighten up soon. Give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you lost volume because I hit the mute button for a second, so I could ask for some help. Anyway, sorry about that. Debbie Critchfield, this is state superintendent at 40%. Sherry Ibarra 34%, and Sherry Ibarra is the incumbent, and then Durst at 24%. So yeah, sorry about that, guys. So for those of you watching results across, there's a number of sites that you can watch results. One of them is the SOS office. That's what we are using, but sometimes KTVB will have different results. Maybe they'll get some stuff in from one of the counties and they'll update it accordingly. But that does happen that does happen where you're going to see different results for maybe a little while throughout the night, and sometimes the SOS office may take a few minutes to update, and then it may drop after that. So yeah, just kind of be patient with the results. Christy's helping as fast as she can. And so which one are you updating? CD2. Okay. So we'll have an updated result on Congressional District 2. This is Congressman Mike Simpson, Brian Smith, Flint Christensen, and a few others. And we'll just kind of check the total results here. The reporting is 3%. They're different. Ish.
It's not showing that one on here. I
Not yet.
100% on that one.
Okay. No, that's fine. So here's an update on the Congressional District 2, Simpson at 63, Smith at 26, Christensen at 4, and then Porter and Levi are under 1%. If you go up, scroll up real quick on, is this KTVB? Oh, no, it's SOS. Go to theirs real quick, and then scroll, nope, go up. Nope, sorry, I mean down, but up. Right there where it says hot races. Click on that. And then you might be able to see congressional right there. Anyway, so with that, we're going to continue. Oh, we do have another candidate. Thank you very much. Can you change, do this thing? This is Ashley Jackson. Okay. All right. So come on over. It's kind of tight quarters. I apologize. So for those that don't know, this is Ashley Jackson, who is a Republican gubernatorial candidate. How are you?
I'm great. How are you? I'm good. We figure out where
Good.
to look, but I'm doing good.
Yeah, you can look at me or
Okay.
you can look at the camera, depending on. Yeah, I know it's kind of awkward. Should have did a different setup.
That's
but
okay. Good to
This
see you again.
is what it is. Yeah, you too. So it's over.
It's
I mean,
over.
sort
Well,
of.
kind
I
of.
mean,
Almost.
yeah.
It's over.
The
Almost.
voting's over, and you can't do nothing about that now.
No, there's
so.
nothing I can do now. No more science. No more talking to people.
Yeah. So what was it like? I mean, you were on the campaign trail, running for governor. That's a big decision for you. You know, what was it like running a statewide campaign?
Yeah, great question. First, I have to say thank you so much to everyone who's supported me. That has been the most incredible feeling to be supported by people. There's so many people out there who want a voice and they want to be heard. I'm so grateful to them. And so everybody that supported me, and they have had a unique opportunity to have an inside view from my social media. And that's been really powerful. That's gained me, I have about 7,000 followers on TikTok, and they're just rooting for me in the background, right? It's exciting to think that in the future I could serve no matter what happens. That's really where I'm at. I want to be able to serve the people of Idaho and to work in leadership here.
Okay. What are your plans? Let's say you don't win tonight. What are your political aspirations for the future? Have you even thought about that yet?
I will see. That's definitely something we could have another podcast about later, right? I plan on winning tonight. We'll see. I guess some of the results are in. They said that 1%.
Yeah,
or 2%.
usually the absentee stuff comes in early, and
Yeah.
then we sit here for like 6 hours waiting for the
And
rest
then
of
3 in
it,
the
so-
morning, we're all like one eye open. Did we win?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
Okay. Well, I will keep
So,
eyes
yeah.
and ears open.
what was the biggest issue that you found in talking to Idahoans? What was the biggest issue they brought up to you as their main concern for the state?
Yeah, housing is a huge issue right now, and what's going on. We priced our kids out of the market here, and we have to figure out what to do and how to build some infrastructure around that. And obviously, people want lower taxes. They're tired of spending so much out of pocket and not getting it back and not having the things that they need in their lives. So that's been a huge one. Also, cannabis. Cannabis is the big one that I talk about. We spend over $200 million is what I figured out. I thought $100 million, but really it's significant over the border. And to bring that revenue and that money back here would be super important.
Yeah, and that's a hot topic.
That is a hot topic.
So what have you, as you talk to Idahoans who are maybe they don't want any form of cannabis here, how do you try to win them over to your side of that issue?
Yeah, a lot of people come here, they're seeking refuge from a more liberal government. And the reality is your leaders are what make or break your state. And so we have to give this plant a chance to be regulated conservatively. We really do. And we have to figure out how to show the world that we can lead, the nation in industrial hemp production and in farm to table production and in things that are really important to our revenue and our future as a state.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about the really important issue, which is you were at Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, That is the most important issue of all. Yes,
the
true.
most important one there is. So,
It's true. It was filmed my freshman year of high school, which was 2000. It came out my freshman year of college, which was 2005. Jared Hess was the producer of that, and we were all in it because we were in high school at the time.
Yeah.
And so we ended up getting an IMDb credit, and I've since gone to Cannes and, written some movies of my own, and I helped sell a movie. It was really fun. But Napoleon Dynamite is my high school. Those are my lockers. That's the real thing. And I should have been in the Happy Hands Club scene, right? But I had volleyball practice.
Yeah.
So tragic.
Well, you were in, and you were in the dance scene, right?
Yeah.
In the slow dance scene.
Yeah,
or
the
something
best part
like
you
that.
can see me is when they're slow dancing.
Yeah, I did go find that after our last interview. I was like, okay, now I gotta go see this.
Right?
What? How did you find out? Were they like, hey, we're coming in, there's going to be a movie shooting? I mean, how did they announce that to the school?
Well, yeah. So if you wanted to be in a movie, you could just sign up, and then you went to the classroom, you put your name on a piece of paper, and you were in the extras scenes, right? But it was really low budget. I think John Heater got paid $1,000. And so it was super low budget. And then Fox bought it at Sundance, and they redid a couple parts in it, and then it came out. And it came out when I was in college, and I actually went on a date to a movie, and it was Napoleon Dynamite, and I was a little bit mortified. I was like, what's happening? Right? Because the story is just so rings true to heart, right?
Yeah.
Small town Idaho.
Yeah. Do you still sit there and go, how in the world? Like, how did this movie
the
become
series
so
of events.
iconic?
It's a very cult classic, for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's relatable. Everybody goes through some really weird stuff in high school. And so, we all go through really weird things and really weird learning curves. And in southeastern Idaho, that's one of the biggest, weirdest learning curves of all. So very relatable, I think.
Yeah.
And people that don't like it and don't get it, I always invite them to come to Preston. I'm like, come see our little town, and then you can see how funny it is.
My wife's from Washington. She always jokes, I'm never going to marry anybody from Idaho.
Yeah.
Because I think the stereotype is this Napoleon Dynamite. Like, that's how
No.
all of Idaho is.
Funny. It's funny. No, they're not all like that. We're hard-working, gritty, industrial people, right? And that's what I've seen as I've traveled. The people are ready for some change. They're ready for a leader who they can be proud of and who's a good example.
Okay, well, good luck tonight. Try to enjoy the evening, and
we'll see. We're all here.
Yeah, it's a big party out there.
Thanks for having me on.
No problem. All right, thank you.
See you later.
Take care. All right, that was Ashley Jackson. She is a Republican candidate for governor, one of 7 challengers to Governor Little. And there's a lot of people in that race. All right, are you coming on?
Sure.
Awesome. All right, let me. I'm gonna have my helper left, so now everybody's got to be patient. All right, we're gonna have to. It's close quarters here. All right, so I am joined now by. I already got it on there, Christy. We're good. State Senator Jim Rice. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Good. It's gonna be a long night.
Well, not for me. I'm going home and going to bed.
Yeah.
Because I have a 6 a.m. flight because I have a tax conference in Seattle tomorrow morning at 9.
Well, sounds like
so.
fun.
And I got to get a little sleep because otherwise the taxes discussion will put me to sleep. But
yeah, well, I mean, we're in a state where we usually don't know the end of the races till like 3 a.m. So you're just gonna have to wake up and see what happens. Is your wife gonna wake you up, or?
Well, I'm just gonna wake up at 3:30 and then get ready and head out, and then, so I'll probably check what the results are on the way.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't expect Canyon County before about 3 a.m.
No. Yeah, I know. I used to live in Canyon. I remember, like, oh my gosh, this is taking so long. So in the redistricting, you were essentially cut out of your entire district. I mean, you were in Caldwell. You're right on the border of the new district. And so now you're in almost a completely different district. So what has that been like campaigning where you're essentially not really an incumbent anymore?
Oh, I'm an incumbent.
Yeah, I mean, you are, but
because I've been doing things for people all over the state the whole time. That's one of those things about cutting taxes. You don't cut just the taxes in Caldwell. You cut the taxes for everybody across the state.
Sure.
I kept less than 1% of my district.
Wow. Okay.
Redistricted with another senator who kept about 60% of hers.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But, reality is that these positions are about service. They're not about spending the rest of your life there. We don't own them. They belong to the citizens. And, we'll just see what happens and go from there. But I've done a lot of good things, I think, and that make a difference for people.
Okay. What on the campaign trail? What has been maybe the top 2 issues that citizens have come to you and said, "Hey, how are you going to fix this issue?"
You know,
I have some guesses, but
actually, a lot of the people that I've talked to really like the property tax proposal that we started this year, that we intend to bring back next year. People get the difference between having property tax on your home and paying a little bit of sales tax instead. The keys are to make sure that it can't grow back. But they get it because people want to own their home. They don't want to be renting it from the government forever. So, you have to look at what reality is, and you have to look at what serves people the most. Because, I'm the second of 15 kids. I grew up with parents that had to watch the pennies. My mom would literally add up what she was buying and calculate the sales tax so that she could make selections for groceries to feed us. And I've never forgotten that. When the state taxes the people, when the city taxes the people, it has to do it in a way that serves the people and doesn't destroy them. And that's the biggest key to getting things accomplished that will work for people, is you've got to remember that it's the average people that pay for everything. It's not the rich, it's not the corporations, it's the average people. And the burden on them is what you have to keep in mind. And the benefit to them of the roads and bridges and sewer systems and police and fire and other things the state does has to be greater than the burden from the taxes, and people have to be able to live. And so their budgets are more important than the state budget, because you can always find good things to do with other people's money. But if you are reaching into people's pockets, the deeper you reach, the more that you hurt them. And you can't do that.
okay. What I guess to go along with what you're saying, the biggest concern people have right now, especially in the Treasure Valley, is the growth. I mean, Idaho across the board, it seems like every small town doubled in size over the last 10 years. How do you fix the housing issue if we can, so to speak, stop people from moving here? Then the demand just stays up, and you can't really stop the prices from increasing necessarily.
Well, and this is, cities have to be smart. They have to use tax money wisely. You don't have a never-ending fund, and you have to be smart so that your infrastructure keeps up. And that means you grow from the middle out. You don't leapfrog, you don't do arms out. You kind of grow out, and you have to understand that. But you also have to prioritize. And one of the things that I'm really concerned about at every level of government is that as we're growing, more and more government employees are being paid more than the median household income. And when you do that, you're creating a privileged class of government employees, and you're oppressing people. And you can't do that. I kind of see my role as the tax chairman as being the conscience of government. We set limits and restrain what the spending committee can do, and that's the other bookend. And so I've managed, in the time I've been the tax chairman, to bring the 2 largest tax cuts in the history of the state. And they're not tax cuts for the wealthy, although they have lower taxes. They're tax cuts that start with ordinary people's budgets, their taxes, they're getting relief. And that's been my focus. There's economic policy in some of the tax that has brought that I've carried that's brought billions in investment and higher paying jobs. People have the opportunity to move up, to make more, but they have to have also the opportunity to be able to keep it in their pocket, spend it themselves, make their own decisions with it. So,
All right.
but people, I get off in the tax stuff. Ultimately, what people want is they want government to leave them alone as much as possible, because Idahoans are independent people. They like to decide what they're going to do. They like being independent of the government. We like spending our time with our families and our neighbors, not trying to figure out how to deal with government overreach. And so that means that we have to work to prevent it.
Okay. All right, sir. Well,
it's good to see you.
yeah.
I don't
Good
see
luck
you often
tonight.
enough. Every once in a while we call each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah. Yeah, I live down in South Idaho now, so.
Well,
We appreciate it. And
boys doing good?
Yeah, everybody's doing good. So,
Good.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. It's good to see you.
Yeah. Well, good luck tonight, and definitely a different race, given the redistricting. And I think everybody's kind of curious to see how it goes tonight on the.
It'll be fun, won't it?
So, yeah.
All right.
All right,
We'll
sir.
see you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you. All right. So before we get to our next candidate, we'll get an update. We've got some updated results. All right. So let me. And then, is there anything on either the Democrat, Libertarian, or CP races yet, or not that you know of? Well, first you can scroll up and start on the ones that you're on, or sorry, on these.
Oh,
Did you update the governor's race and all that? Make sure you save that if you're doing that. All right. So it was State Senator Jim Rice from Caldwell. His district. He actually got. So there was some redistricting. There's a number of current legislators who got tore right out of their current district, and he was one of them. So this is Republican for governor, and currently Little still at 65. McGeehan at 23, and Humphreys at 10. And then we have for Lieutenant Governor, Bedke at 62, Giddings at 32, and Gass-Urowski at 6. Okay. And what's the next one that's updated? CD2, is this still at 1? Or do you know?
I think it's more than.
Maybe a little bit more. Simpson at 63, Smith at 26, Christensen at 4, and then Porter and Levi under, what's it say? Does it say 14? 14%? Okay, so maybe you can update that one. And that one's actually at 14%, not quite the 1%. So again, we're going to keep trying to get you guys results. The reporting, we'll try to remember to update as quickly as we can. But
now we're starting to get legislative in too.
and we got some legislative. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's maybe check out a few of those. Where are we at here? So this is in District 1, Woodward at 62, Herndon at 38, and then for House Seat 1A in District 1, Souter at 60, Hutchings at 19, and Thompson at 12. Okay. In District 2 for Senate, Hart at 63. I don't know how you say this next one. Has at 26, and Cantamesa at 10. And what
Where am
happened?
I?
We went to no, there's Secretary of State. I don't even know that we've read that one off yet. Oh, go back. All right, slow down. Hold on. Secretary of State. So I don't know what percent reporting this is, but we have McGrain at 52, Moon at 35, and Souza at 13. Okay, now you're good.
Did we do
Sorry.
2 or 3?
We did that one.
We're on 3.
Yeah, we're on 3. In District 3, we have. So if you guys are going to notice, we're going to skip some districts because there was no primaries. And for instance, in this case, in District 3, there was only one House seat Redmond is at 82, and Small at 17. These percentages might be a little off as far as adding up to 100, just because we're doing some rounding. Okay. And then is this one 4? Okay, District 4, we have Toes at 59, Malik at 41 for the Senate. And then again, these are all very, very early results on these legislative ones. House 4A, Alfieri at 51, Addis at 49, and House B, no results yet on House B. Okay.
No, I'm getting just as quick as I
Oh, is that
can
it so far?
so
Okay,
far.
no, that's fine. All right.
the updates I have
Okay.
so far.
All right. And then do you know on the percentage reporting on all the statewide ones, if those are all about the same amount?
Statewide.
And then here in a second, we will bring in another candidate for state office.
About 12%.
12% on governor. Okay. And now we're at quite a few, 58,000 votes for the governor's race right now, with Little at 65, McGeehan at 23, Humphreys at 10, and then everybody else 1% or under. All right. So, yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So do you want to get him ready for his on here? Yeah. All right. So the next candidate we'll bring on here in just a moment is Michael Law. You are with
23.
race? I can't remember them all. 23A. 23A. Okay, so House. Okay. Is running for seat 23A in the Idaho House. So each, for those that don't know, there is one senator and then 2 House members per district. And they're all the same. So there are some states where the Senate districts are actually different than the House districts. It's kind of interesting. So with that, we will have Mr. Law come on over and come into our very tight quarters here. All right, how are you?
Better than I deserve.
All right, I know you try to scoot in as much as you can there. There we go. All right, so is this your first time running for
No,
state
it's not.
legislature? Okay. No, it ran before, but
Yeah, I ran before a number of years ago. In fact, Jason Monks who's currently in the House. He was one of the contestants, and
okay.
he's the one that actually got in.
Okay. So what has this campaign cycle been like for you? Since you've ran before, what has it been like this time versus previous times?
Whew. Much more brutal.
Yeah. That's what everybody has said so far.
Much more brutal. A lot of things, a lot of different things going on between candidates and between others pushing certain candidates and
Like PACs and stuff.
Yeah, PACs and
okay.
I mean just a lot of different things happening. That's almost really kind of impossible to keep track of it all because there's so many different things. When I ran before, there was not really social media that had much of an impact, and among other things, that just there's just a lot more variables that a candidate has to look at and try to keep track of and to try to come out on top.
Okay. What do you, and I know we don't have the final numbers yet, but do you know about how much was spent between you and your opponent? Was there 2 of you? I don't even
No,
remember.
there's 4 of us.
There's 4. I was gonna say, I think you were one of the ones that had a bunch. So do you know about how much, if you added up, like, holy cow, there's tons of money spent in this race, or did it
Yeah,
seem
they're
higher than normal?
yeah, compared to and I was able to do more than normal, or more than what I thought I was going to be able to, but it was still kind of nowadays what would be really kind of the bare minimum.
Sure.
Other candidates really, I don't know if we want to say establishment versus actual conservative, but the establishment candidates, man, they raked in the money.
Okay.
They really did. So really kind of fighting the money in a lot of ways. But I just think I had a better message.
Okay. What was your overall message to the
My-
voters in your district?
My overall message was I am the constitutional candidate. Basically, my way of thinking was that when it comes to a vehicle, You drive it in. You can drive it into the ground. You can, there's a lot of drivers, and some of them will just drive it into the ground, not necessarily change the oil, not necessarily do the proper maintenance, that sort of thing, and they'll run it into the ground. And that's kind of what we're seeing a lot of. What government is doing is driving our vehicle into the ground. In order to fix it, one has to either go back to the engineers, which in this case would be the framers of the Constitution, or they have to go to their mechanic in order to fix it. And a mechanic is one who would when we're talking about the Constitution, would be understanding the Constitution, reading the Constitution, understanding what the engineers were intending to do, what they wanted to do, how everything is supposed to work. And that was me, because I had went so far as to write a book on the Declaration of Independence from the founders' point of view, as much as I could. And so I really pushed myself as being the candidate who knows and understands the Constitution, knows what it takes to fix it, because I could diagnose it, know how it's supposed to work, and then do the work to fix it. I don't give lip service to the Constitution or to the framers because I know them, and that's what I ran on.
Okay. What would you say was the number one issue on the campaign trail that voters would come to you and say, hey, Michael, here's the biggest issue facing our district. How are you going to help that once you get in?
So a lot of it had to do with property taxes, sales tax, just really any kind of tax.
I guess we should have clarified too. Where is your district?
My
For those that
district-
don't know.
My district is gargantuan, not as big as some districts. Well, probably only just a couple of different districts, but southern part of Ada County, everything in Canyon County south of Lake Lowell, and then all of Owyhee County. So basically the southwestern corner of Idaho.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead now on the taxes issue.
So everybody's inundated with taxes, whether it's grocery taxes, whether it's regular sales taxes, whether it's your property taxes, income taxes, driver's license fees, you name it, we're taxed. And so when we are taxed, really we are taxed to death. And then once we die, we're still going to be, they're going to tax us in our death. So taxes was one. Second Amendment usually it's always important to everybody. But I think the next one was life, especially after the leak with Roe v. Wade.
Okay.
That really started coming out. In fact, like one of my opponents never really mentions pro-life stance. She is pro-life. Never mentioned it that much, but as soon as that came out, started hammering on that. So I think being pro-life was huge there. That came about because Roe v. Wade, the leak came out.
Okay. Gotcha. So how are you feeling overall about your chances tonight? I mean, it's even different with a four-way race because you really have, and there's no incumbent, right?
No incumbent.
Yeah, no incumbent. So open four-way race, that's kind of a crapshoot. It seems like
very much so. And in my race, there's basically two good conservatives, two establishment, and we're all fighting over the same groups of people. And and with the district the way it is, being part of Ada County, which actually it's mostly percentage-wise with the number of voters, is mostly Ada County. Not a majority, but a very large percentage. And then a good percentage of Canyon County, and then Owyhee County. And those three are all different. The mindset of each of those counties is amazingly different. Like out in Owyhee County, it's more of, because so much of it is owned by BLM. What can you do to help us out there dealing with that? Not necessarily a lot that the that a legislator can do because that is federal jurisdiction. But there are things that one can do. So having to deal with that with in Canyon County and Ada County, more especially with the amount of growth, it's taxes. Just and growth and what can we do as a legislature? So there's, I mean, a lot of different things that a lot of different hats we had to put on.
Sure. Okay. All right. Well, appreciate you taking time to come and sit down with us. It'll be a long night.
It's going to be a long night. I don't expect to know before I even go to bed.
Yeah,
especially with 3 different counties that are having to tally and
It makes it tougher
throw
when
all
it's
the
different counties for
throw it
sure.
all in. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not going to know till a little bit later. But
Okay.
I feel good about it. I don't.
Sure.
I'm not worried about it. Win or lose.
Yeah.
I ran the race the best I could with with the resources that I have, and it's all in God's hands.
There you go. All right, sir. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
See any other candidates? Feel free to send them down our way. We'd
Sure
love to talk to them. So, all right, Michael Law, Republican candidate for House 23A. And what we'll do is, once you save that one, we'll go back up and we've got some updated results. I think I saw you doing some stuff. And we'll go ahead and do that. So while we're getting ready to do some updated results, again, if you guys are willing, could have done this from my home office, but everybody wanted a nice, what do you call it? Live show like this where we're interviewing candidates, all that stuff. So if you guys are willing to pitch in some money to help cover the cost of doing this event, it was about $1,100 is what it took. And, we'd like to hopefully do another one of these in the future, but it is kind of expensive to pull off. So, and I have to be able to pay Christy more than what I'm going to pay her. So I'm just kidding. Okay. Well, I want to go back up to, before we start on the state legislative, I saw you were doing the gubernatorial for third parties as well. Should be down right there. One more. There you go. Okay, so for the Democrat governor, I don't know how many votes this is. Height has 81, and it only says write-in.
Yeah,
Should say their
right.
names.
It
That's
doesn't.
on the SOS office.
Mm-mm.
Really? Well, that's weird. Either way,
I would put them if they were there.
No, I assumed you would, but it seems like in years past they would put them there.
I
So
was surprised.
that's
I
kind
thought
of
they could
interesting.
be
Okay,
there.
well, so currently, what you're looking at on the Democrat numbers here are that Height is the only one on the ballot, and then there are 2 candidates who are write-in candidates. Shelby Rogenstad is a write-in candidate, and Dave Riley is a write-in candidate. And so I guess right now write-in candidates are only at 20%. I don't know how many votes that is, but do you know by chance about how many? You might have to go to hot races. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see how many votes that is. Is it not on theirs? Okay. Well, what's on the SOS side? They have the total amount, don't they? For that race. Governor. Oh, right there. So that's 13,000. So that's not very many. Now, the Democrats obviously aren't going to have nearly as much. Okay, so now let's jump to the Libertarian race. What's that? Should be right there. All right, Libertarian, we have Sand with 63% and Dion Jr. with 37%. And then in the Constitution Party race, this is, we'll see right there. Oh, it just says write-in, but there's only one. So with this one, we actually, Dr. Ryan Cole is a write-in candidate. He's at 53, and Shanty Rose Davison is at 46%. Now, we know that that's Dr. Cole because there's only one valid write-in, where in the Democrat race, there are 2 valid write-ins, so we don't know how much each one of those has. But again, very, very early on and could change. Okay. Anything new on
No, they're all saying about the same.
so far? Okay, so then we can go back to the district. So we'll go back to the state legislative races. I think we were on 6 or 5. Let's do 5.
Oh, we have some updates on 4.
On 4. Okay, so this is back on District 4. For Senate, we have is it Toes? I think it's Toes.
Or 2. I thought it was 2. But
Oh, is it Twos? I don't know.
I live
There's
by
way
somebody's
too
last
many
name is
names.
2.
Okay, so that one we have Twos at 59, Malik at 41, House Seat 4A, Alfieri 51, is 49, House B, Amador 52, and Price 47. So all very close races. Other than the state Senate race is interesting. Malik is that's the wife, right? Luke Malik used to be a state legislator. This is his wife
And then
that
he
is
was
currently
lieutenant
running.
governor candidate, and then he dropped out.
Oh, somebody says it's pronounced Tavez. Is that right? Taves, Toes. Okay, well, I'm going to do my best. So, for those watching, we are using the Secretary of State's website as well as KTVB. Let's jump down to District 5. Bajurk, 64, Riggs, 36, Mendive, 82, and Zhao, 18. And District 6 for Senate, Foreman 32, Blair 55, and Siegmiller 12 later on if you
I
could
need
put
to
those.
switch them.
And House A, McCann 75, and Dalby 25.
I was laser focused on getting the information.
No, that's all right. That's okay. District 7, nothing yet.
Okay.
All right. So is that it for now?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So that's what we've got going for results for now. So we'll continue to update. It looks like on the statewide results we have about 12 to 14% that has been reported so far. I think I saw earlier I'll use my phone if I don't want to steal the cursor again. I think the Secretary of State's website that said that 4.5% of counties had reported. And for those that don't know, there are 44 counties in the state of Idaho. And again, some of them will be counting way into the night, and especially in places like Canyon County and counties where we have heard of very heavy turnout, we may not have as much that comes in this early. So let me also check one other race, but yeah, we'll continue to interview candidates throughout the night and hopefully get some more folks to come in and talk. We're, again, if Democrats show up, we'll talk to Democrats. If it's another party, we'll talk to them. If it's groups, people that run organizations, we'll talk to them and just kind of get their thoughts and opinions on the election. But let's see. So Brian says Idaho might be red on paper, but it is not nearly as conservative as people think. And Doug Nichols says it's only as red as the chairmanships in the House and Senate, and both are filled with rhinos. Fewer than 10 people in Idaho legislature determine if Idaho is red. So let's see. And then you said there was no update on the statewide stuff yet. It's all the same.
They were about this, yeah.
Okay.
I'll
All
check
right.
them here in just 1 second.
Sure.
I get done with this.
Let's see, where are we at? We're at 1 hour and 40 minutes already. Holy cow. I'm going to be so hoarse in the morning from talking. That's why we got to get more candidates in here. See, we bring the candidates in, it gives me a break. It allows you to do all the updates.
Yeah, but I have to
And
go
then-
chase the candidates and do the updates.
Yeah.
There's just
Yeah,
something
you guys
wrong
go
with
chase
this
candidates
system.
for us. Yeah.
I
Well,
can't find anybody.
I will text.
I couldn't find anybody.
I will text Janice McGeehan. Her people told me Janice McGeehan is having her own party at a different place, and they said that I could call, and they would have her call us and get on there. So
Yeah,
Did
because she
we-
was here earlier.
did we have anything on the Senate race, U.S. Senate yet? Make sure you save that if you want to save that. I didn't remember if we had posted that yet. I know we added it, I thought.
We did this one.
Yeah. Okay. So this was U.S. Senate. Crapo at 69, Bourne at 7%, Fleming at 6, Trotter at 9, and Turnbull didn't have any percentage currently.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
does.
Now he does. Okay. Well,
They're
we'll
about
get
the same.
we'll
percent,
get that
so.
get that updated there. All right. Let's see. What I'm gonna do is text. I saw, is Dorothy Moon, is she still out there? Do you know?
I saw her on the Lindbergh.
Okay. Yeah, see if I saw her outside the door there, so I just wanted to see if she was willing to come in. Trying to find one other result here, but I don't see. All right. Let's see. Jeanette says Idaho is flipping. We're going to be Democrat by November. They knew how to work the registration. Little just sat back and waited for the GOP to eat itself. Idaho is toast. All right. So this has definitely been, again, one of the more interesting election cycles for those just tuning in. My name is Greg Pruitt with Idaho Dispatch, and I hope that you guys appreciate the work that we are trying to do. Running a news site is tough enough. Okay. It probably would have been much easier for me to start a conservative news site in a Republican state and just cover it with more of a conservative slant. And Tracy says, "Are we really live?" Yes, Tracy, we are very much live. At least I hope we are. It says we're live.
Well, we're live.
Yeah, we're live. Okay. Yeah. But I didn't want to. When I got tired, here's the thing. I got tired of the mainstream media. This is why the Idaho Dispatch started, because I would watch how these stories got told by the mainstream media, and they would be heavily slanted in one direction. 95% of the article was all negative towards something or someone, and then 5% was like, yeah, we tried to do this and it didn't happen, or they'll take one sentence out of an entire paragraph of someone's statement and say, here's what they said, and leave out the rest of it. Like, I got tired of all that. On top of that, I got sick and tired of the media reporters putting in their own personal opinions into the articles. And so, for instance, if I was going to write an article and I was writing an article about guns, and I said, the vast majority of Idahoans love their guns. Now, maybe that's true, okay? But unless I have some sort of polling to cite or whatever, I thought to myself, that really shouldn't be in there. Like, I shouldn't say that as a reporter, okay? There's no reason for me to do that. You guys are smart enough to understand the facts and what you believe about Idaho based on where you live in Idaho. And so I got tired of it. And so I kept hearing rumors like, oh, there's going to be this new news site that's going to take on the mainstream media and all that kind of stuff. And that wasn't even really my goal either, to take on the mainstream media. But I definitely was frustrated with the mainstream media because it had gotten so bad over the last 4 years that I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I'm a very busy person. And I to this day, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm starting a news site. Like, I'm not a trained journalist. I have a master's degree. It has nothing to do with journalism. I didn't go to journalism school. I haven't taken journalism classes. I just sat there and said, this can't be that hard. It really can't be that hard to just tell people the news. Here's the news. Here's what's happening. And so that's what we did. So rather than being a conservative outlet or a liberal outlet or anything in between, we just said, well, when we write our articles, why don't we just say, here's what this side says, here's what this side says, here's any facts that we can provide. Let people speak. We let people speak on the Idaho Dispatch. Whether I agree with them personally or not is completely irrelevant. And we make sure you guys know that. If we post a press release or an op-ed, which is not a news article, Okay, those are opinions. We always put a note on there. Hey, here's this piece. Doesn't necessarily mean we agree with it, but here it is. They have a right to speak out. And so that's how we hope that the Idaho Dispatch is going back to how news used to be a long time ago, which is just telling you guys the facts, just letting both sides speak out. Okay. And so, or all sides. Sometimes there's more than two sides. But the media has delved into such a slant that they are now just opining throughout their news articles and when they're streaming on television and stuff. Like they don't even hide it anymore. In fact, I can't remember who it was. There was a famous national news anchor. I don't want to say the name because I'm going to butcher whoever it is. And then anyway, I'll have to do a retraction later on, but which is fine. But there was a famous news anchor who came out, I think, a couple years ago and was like, yeah, news really shouldn't be objective. Like, we don't need to be objective anymore. And so people ask me, hey, why did you have this person on? This person's a total this. Why even give them a platform? Because it's not my job to determine what information you guys get. I try to give you as much information as possible. If you like it, great. But guess what? If you're watching the Idaho Dispatch, you're going to hear things you don't like on both sides. Okay. I've interviewed people who everyone said was far left and who everyone said was far right. And we just interview them. Hey, I'll sit down with anybody. I'll sit down with somebody I vehemently disagree with on a ton of issues, and I just don't care. Like, I think that in the world of politics, especially, voters and even non-voters, Idahoans deserve to have as much information about as many issues and about as many people as possible. I got asked the other day, why did you have this person on? They said some things that were hateful towards this other group. Why would you put them on? And I said, well, and I didn't put them on. I mean, they had an op-ed that was responding to criticism they'd taken. And they said, well, first of all, they should have a right to defend themselves and have an opportunity to do that. I said, but let's think for a moment. If there was somebody who was going to write an op-ed that was anti the religion that I am, I would post it. Okay. If they were like, I think this religion is messing everything up, we would post it. Because in my opinion, the best thing for voters is to understand how all of this, if you're a voter and a candidate comes out and says, I am opposed to this particular religion, wouldn't you want to know that as a voter? Like, if somebody submits an op-ed, sure, I could have the discretion and say, hey, look, they're attacking my religion. I'm not publishing that crap, right? But for me, my editorial discretion is really, I'm going to post all of it. If you're not calling for violence against people, if you're not calling for people to violate the law, we will post it. I will give you the chance to say whatever you want to say. And the voters then have the ability to determine if that information is useful to them or not. So for instance, if somebody if one of your friends comes up to you and says, hey, what does so-and-so believe? Who should I vote for in this race? And you can say, hey, that person hates this particular religion, so don't vote for them. Well, how do you know that? How do you know they hate that particular religion? Well, here's an Idaho Dispatch op-ed that they submitted. And now you have something of actual fact rather than rumors, and that person can read that op-ed and make their own determination. Oh, yeah, what they wrote is terrible. Like, I don't want that. Okay, so that's how we try to do it. And this is tough. This is tough for a lot of people because, let's take the Caldwell story, for instance, with the Caldwell PD. And a lot of people have issues with the source, who is anonymous, that has inside knowledge of CPD. And they're like, how could you put him on there? They're saying this, and, they're just giving their opinion. You're right. That they are giving their opinion. And we've said that very clearly. Hey, this person wanted to give their perspective on what is happening in Caldwell. Right now in the city of Caldwell, let me know if we have results, and then we can go back to doing results. right now in the city of Caldwell, all people know is the FBI is doing some investigation, and there's one police officer who has been served termination papers, and that police officer is facing several charges. And we have a number of sources within the city of Caldwell. I'll be a little careful about what I say here. We have multiple sources. All of those sources are expressing some of the same frustrations that this individual is talking about. And so, as Idaho Dispatch, I'm not saying I agree with anything that source is saying in our interview, but they wanted to come out and say, hey, here's what I believe is happening in the city of Caldwell Police Department. We've had an open invitation to anybody who disagrees with that person to come on and say they're wrong, Caldwell's fine, the feds are bad and the feds are just digging in and it's a witch hunt or whatever. I don't care. You come on, you tell us what you feel is happening on the inside. Are you ready? Okay. So with that, please be sure to tune in. Let me read a couple comments here real quick. Doug Nichols says, well, I think the Dispatch will be branded as right. I think he meant right wing by leftists. And I don't think the playing field is level. Greg Pruitt has stayed true to his principles and has elevated the Idaho Dispatch above all of the media for being truly balanced and fair. Hey, I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get back to results. All right, where are we going first? Did you already put it? Oh, sorry. Well, do you want? I want to do statewide if they're statewide first, and then we'll go.
Changes in the percent.
No changes yet. Okay. So District 7 in Senate, Crabtree at 53, Carlson at 28. And again, these percentages may not add up to 100 because we're rounding. Kingsley at 61, Geyer at 38. In District 9, we have Rice 34, Lee 29, Marquez 27. With House A seat, Kirby at 52, Gallagher at 49, very close. House B, Judy Boyle, 54. Okay, this one we're over 100 though.
Which one? Oh,
Boyle, 54, and Stein, 53. So what's that supposed to be?
Just a second, let me check.
Should be 9. Yeah.
46.
Oh, 40. Okay, so yeah, 54 to 46. Okay. Okay, so that one a little bit off there. And then so far we have not heard any additional results on the statewide races. For those tuning in, we're using the Secretary of State's website and KTVB. And if you guys have comments on how do you like the show so far, we are now almost 2 hours in. This is the first time we've ever tried anything like this. We're using a program called Restream, which allows us to go to multiple platforms. Okay. And is that the last one, or do you have more? You have more? All right. District 10, Tammy Nichols. So we had Tammy Nichols on here earlier, Representative Nichols. This is for the Senate, though. At 51, Brock at 49, Boyle at 60, Hazlip at 39, Skog at 71, and Ferner at 19, and then Kennedy at 9%. Okay. And District 11, Senate, Cheney, 51, Trakel, 49, House B, Allgood, 45, Marmon, 32, and Miller, 23. That's it so far?
Yeah, I'll go check the state ones.
Okay.
Statewide.
Awesome. All right. So, let us know what you guys think tonight about the show. The goal is just to kind of bring you guys something different. We're here at the Hilton in Boise, talking to as many Republican candidates as we can. I don't even know what the lobby is like. Is it pretty busy? Is it dying down? There's a lot of people, sort of.
It's dying down.
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. So if none of you guys have ever been to one of these events, there's the lobby, and then all 5 floors are filled with candidates who have open doors just like we have, and so there's candidates everywhere. And so that here, let me before I forgot to text Janice's people. So we got 10:38. I'm already exhausted because we had a long night, but that's all right. We're here for the people of Idaho. So anyway, I hope if you guys have any questions about the Idaho Dispatch, let us know. Let us know what you think. Again, I'm not going to say I'm perfect. I'm not going to say we won't mess up at some point, especially when you do a live show. It's a little bit harder not to want to put your opinions. But when it comes to the written articles, we do our best. In fact, when I write articles, I do my best not to even label people. And that is something. Oh, this is an update. Is this still 12%? Do you know? Sorry.
That's okay.
No, they
29.
21%.
29.
Okay. So, yeah, Little is at 61. Janice is at 25. Humphrey's at 10. And it looks like, still updating, it looks like KTVB has called the race for Governor Brad Little. And given the gap with 20% reporting, that's probably accurate. So if you can go to graphics and then click on that. Yep. So right now, KTVB is projecting that Governor Brad Little has won re-election. Again, at 61%. That he's got Janice at 25, Humphreys at 11, everybody else at 1%, and that's at 30%. So it's 29% reporting. So that's very, very difficult to overcome this late in the race. I mean, you're almost a third of the way there, and that big of a lead is insurmountable. And so our polling had Governor Little, I think, at 59. So right now, that polling appears to be accurate. Okay, and the AP has also called it for Governor Little. So okay, so you can unhide or no, click it there. Yep, there you go. All right. So for those tuning in, Governor Little is the projected winner for the governor's race here in Idaho. And then was that the only one that's updated so far?
Well, the Secretary of State site shows a different number than.
Yeah, and
I don't know how
it'll
they
be
do
a little
that.
off. It's always
That's
a little
what
off.
the Secretary
Okay.
of State said on the lieutenant governor's race.
Okay, thank you. Is this different? This seems a little bit different or not?
It is a little different.
Okay, so let's go to the lieutenant. Oh, you already put it up. Thank you. So 29% reporting. Bedke is at 59, Giddings at 34, and Gasiorowski at 6%. So right now that would be significantly different than what our polling had. The problem with the polling on this particular race, for the lieutenant governor's race, is there was like 40% undecided. And that's a massive amount of undecided. And right now it would appear those undecided folks are breaking towards Becky, but that race has not yet been called. And then is there an update on you're working on that one? Okay. Gotcha. So we'll have an AG update here in just a minute. %. Okay. So with 30% reporting for the AG's race, Wasden is at 47, Labrador at 44, and Macomber at 9. And in that race, Labrador and Macomber are kind of running for the same subset of people, if you will. And so, that could potentially be a situation where somebody says, hey, one of these candidates should have got out. And then, if these results stick, but again, this is way too close, obviously, with just 3 percentage points difference to do much there. All right. Then Christy is updating the superintendent race, it looks like. Okay. And this is the three-way race between Debbie Critchfield, Sherry Ibarra, and Brandon Durst. And again, if you're looking at results, you're going to see different numbers throughout the night from KTVB, the SOS office, or wherever you're looking. They use different metrics. I don't really know how they do it, honestly. I believe the SOS office for sure gets it from the county officials. How KTVB gets their numbers, I don't know. At the end of the night, they'll all be pretty much the same. So in this race, Critchfield is at 44, Sherry Ibarra at 30, and Durst is at 30. So Critchfield has kind of expanded her lead. Ibarra has shrunk, and Durst has caught up to Ibarra in this race. Okay. Anything?
I'm gonna update secretaries.
The Secretary of State. Okay. So she's working on the Secretary of State, and then we'll get back to hopefully some more candidates. We did ask text Janice's people to have her call, and then and maybe to see now now that Little has won re-election, to see if Janice has called Little to there's typically in a race you call your opponent and concede and congratulate them and all that kind of stuff. And so we'll see if that has happened so far.
It's the classy thing to do.
That's the classy thing to do. There you go. So for those just tuning in, Governor Brad Little has won re-election and is, excuse me, has been, okay. Did you update that one yet or not quite?
Yeah.
Okay. No, you're fine. All right. So let's jump over to, okay. Got to change it? Or are you good?
I'm good.
Oh, okay. All right. So on Secretary of State's race, we have McGrain at 52, Moon at 33, and Souza at 14%. So that one has still not been called to my knowledge. I don't think any of the other races have been called up to this point on any of the other statewide races in particular. All right, so I wanted to see, try to jump over to, do you know if the other gubernatorial races for the other parties, have they been updated at all? Yet, maybe. It's hard to say. I don't remember how many votes were cast before. The Constitution Party one looks different than it was. All right. So Joanne says, what an extremely depressing and disappointing night. It's hard not to lose all hope for our state and country. Brian says, is that Ammon Bundy's music I hear? I don't know if that was literal or figurative. Jerry says this was clearly a case of, where to go? Oh, of commie voting. Too bad Idahoans remain super sleepy. All right. I'm trying to find a couple other races here. Just don't know how to. Hold on one second. All right.
There's
Yeah.
the Constitution.
Oh, Constitution Party. Okay, so this one. So can you go back up for a second to what's the vote? So here's the thing with the write-in candidate. So Cole is at 55% and Davison is at 45%. However, okay. Yeah, scroll back up real quick, or right there. So here's the thing. Even though Dr. Cole may get more votes, if he does, if this holds through the evening, and I don't know what the percentage is on this, he has to get 1,000 votes in order to actually win. So he could actually get more votes than Shanty Rose Davison, but still lose because the state law says he has to get 1,000 votes. Right now, I mean, there's not a lot of Constitution Party members, so it's at like 100 to 83. So technically, even though he's winning, he won't win. And it's kind of a different law, and that would be the same for the Democrat Party. Was there an update on that one or not yet?
It was.
Do you remember? It's the same. Okay. So kind of interesting on how that works. Another race that we're not going to throw this race up on the screen here, but there's a county commissioner race in Canyon County between Zach Brooks, Pam White, and did you still have that somewhere? Zach Brooks, Pam White. Pam White is the current county commissioner, and we broke a story that her and her husband had filed a $12.7 million bankruptcy. And I think they owed $100,000 to the government, $60,000 to the IRS, I think, and then 40,000 to, or maybe no, it's 60,000 to the state of Washington, 40,000 to the thank you, 40,000 to the state, or excuse me, to the IRS. I can't think. So anyway, that one right now, it's 2% reporting, so very, very early on. Zach Brooks, one of the challengers, is at 42. Pam White, who is the incumbent, is at 38%. And Victor Holiday, who is one of the other challengers, is at 19%. So awesome. Okay. And then I think, so one of the other commissioner races there, let's also work on Ada County Sheriff. That was another very talked about race. Brad Holton is at 58%. Carrie Smith, who is an incumbent, is at 31, and Connie Constantine is at 11. All right, awesome. Okay, thank you. Sorry, whoever's phone that is. There you go. So we'll put up the Ada County Sheriff's race too, so you guys can kind of get an idea on that one. We have some more district stuff. Okay, awesome. All right. Governor Little, again, for those tuning in, Governor Little has won re-election. Right now, he's at 61%, and well above. With 30% of the vote in, it's 61%. Janice McGeehan is at 25. Just really difficult to overcome that. For Ada County Sheriff, Matt Clifford, who is the current sheriff, who took over after Sheriff Bartlett resigned recently. Clifford became the new sheriff. This one is 83% reporting. Clifford is at 67%, and Doug Trauble is at 33%. So that is we would definitely call that for Clifford at this point, with nearly 70% of the vote and 83% of the vote reporting. Trying to look through and see what else is on here. Okay, thank you. We'll take that. Awesome. All right. Yeah, let me know. Oh, it looks like Ben Adams is leading too. Okay. All right. So, what are you guys feeling about the results that you've seen so far? Let us know what you guys are thinking on the election. Let's see. Natalie says, "Does rhino mean what we think it means, or are real rhinos the freedom-loving, personal liberty fighting state sovereignty advocates? The Republican Party is the problem in this state." So let us know what you guys are thinking about the results so far. It's been an interesting. I gotta cut that down, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
An interesting result so far. Governor Little with a very big lead. The Speaker Bedke has a pretty big lead right now. Bill McGrain has a sizable lead on Dorothy Moon so far. The state superintendent race is really interesting because you've got one candidate at 44 and two candidates at 30. And usually one of the discussions that comes up after, if you have a three-way race like this and nobody breaks 50%, that's what is kind of fascinating for people, because that's where you get a lot of that discussion on, hey, the candidate that ends up with 42% didn't even get half of the voters. So we should have a runoff, right? And so that's what one side will say. One side will say, hey, they got more than all the other candidates. They won. That's the end of it. So what do you guys think? Should there be a runoff if somebody doesn't get 50%? There was another discussion. I can't remember what the race was a few years ago. And one candidate got like 47 or 48%, so just under 50. And the next closest person was at least 20 points behind. And they said, well, maybe there could be a compromise there. You didn't get 50, but the next closest person, the next closest candidate has got to get, within 15 points at least for there to be a runoff. And it might have been a city council race. I think it was. I think it was a Caldwell City Council race recently where Jerem Wagner did. I think he had high 40s, 47, 48%. And the other candidates split the vote. And it ended up but the second closest person was like 20 points behind or something like that. So it wasn't really all that close. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I think that was the race that we were talking about. So, yeah. So right now in the state superintendent race, you didn't tell me we were switching here. All right. So this is new, District 12. All right. So District 12 for Senate, Adams is at 84, Netzley is at 16. For House seat A, Cornelius, 34, Hamilton 30, Griffin 30. So that one is very, very close. And House B is this Brent Crane or the other one? Or Jaron? You know?
Jerem.
It's Jaron. So
Jaron.
That's his brother,
Mhm.
right? Oh yeah, because
Brent
Brent
doesn't
doesn't
have
he doesn't have a
opponent.
primary. Okay, so there's two Cranes, they're brothers. Brent Crane has been in the state legislature for a little while. He does not have a primary opponent. He is the state affairs chairman. His brother is running, and he has 75% to 24%. Again, these totals might not add up to 100% quite because we're rounding. We'll just make sure they don't add up to more than 100. We don't need accusations of dead people voting and all this other stuff because we accidentally put over. We put too many over. All right, so that's District 12. Is that the last one that you have done so far?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm almost done with 13.
Okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. I didn't know if we had any updates on the statewide stuff.
No, I'll check
So
that before I do. I'll finish this one and then check that one.
yeah. Let's see. Let me try while she's getting some updated results there. So yeah, I don't. What do you guys think? Should there be a okay, so Brian says that Cody Galloway is leading, but I don't think we've gotten down that
I haven't
far.
got that far.
Okay, well maybe save that one and just scroll real quick down and let's take a look.
Let's see what.
She's right there. Right? Or no, is it 14 or 15? No, she's 15. Right there. Okay, so this is District 15 for Republican. This one, Fred Martin is the incumbent senator, and Cody Galloway is a representative moving over to the Senate. So Cody is at 51%, Dorothy Greenzang is at 6%, and Fred Martin is at 42%. So that one, I don't know the percentage reporting there, but that would be a loss for one incumbent there with Fred Martin. I wonder if we shouldn't, like, you're going to keep updating, but I wonder if we shouldn't just scroll and kind of do that for now for a few minutes. Okay.
16.
So 16, Jackie Davidson is at 53%. This is 16B. Richard Shirtliff at 46%. That'll be easier. I have to look quite so crazy. Let's see. We're scrolling past to where. So in District 20, Chuck Winder is at 55%, and Rosa Martinez is at 45%. So I don't know if you heard the screaming, but that is Sheriff Clifford has the two rooms next to us. That it was likely their race being called for them. Joe Palmer, and so this is seat A now in District 20. Joe Palmer at 63, Gloria Irwin at 37. Holtzclaw, this is District 20, seat B. Holtzclaw at 59, and Michael Hahn at 41. For State Senator, District 21, Treg Burnt at 65, Thad Butterworth at 35. Let's see. State Representative, District 21, seat A, James Petsky at 41, Tara Pugmire at 36, Dom Gelsomino at 15, and Tyler Ricks at 8. District 21, seat B, Jeff Ellers at 55, Caleb Perk at 26, and Brandon Dyball at 19. Let's keep going down here. State Representative, District 22, seat A, John Vanderwoude at 53, Greg Furch at 47. State Senator, District 23, Todd Lakey, 62%. Steve Almer, 38%. And we'll get the ticker updated for you guys. We just wanted to go through the whole state real quick and try to give you guys an update. State Representative, District 23, Seat A, Melissa Durant, 34. Tammy Payne, 25. Michael Law, who we interviewed earlier, 21. And Jason Knopp at 20. So that's a very, very close race. State Representative, District 23, Seat B. This one's very, very close by 7 votes right now. Tina Lambert at 34.69%. Sean Laughlin at 34.14%. Chris Bruce at 24%. And Lyman Winchester at 8%. State Senator, District 24, Jim Patrick at 56. Glenita Ziderfeld. I apologize, Glenetta, if you're watching. I can't remember. At 44. 24, Seat A, Chanel Dixon, 84. Tori Wakewood, 16. District 24, Seat B, Steve Miller, 55. Creighton Knight, 45. District 25, Seat B, Gregory Lanting, 71. Rocky Fahrenberg, 29. State Senator, District 26, Lori Likely, 60%. Eric Parker, 40%. And I don't have a percentage on these. These are probably low. You're going to end up with usually, I don't know, I would say at least 10,000 voters. And a lot of these are at about 1,200 to 1,500. District 26, Seat B, Jack Nelson, 54. Lyle Johnstone, 46. District 27, Senate, Kelly Anthon, 78. Jeannie Hakes, 22. 27, Seat A, Douglas Pickett, 82. Carl Voigt, 18. 27B, Clay Handy, 47. John Stokes, 24. Pat Field, 20. Kevin Williams, 7. And Ryan Cook, 3. 28 State Senate, 28. Jim Guthrie, 55. Art DeRosa, 28. Tom Branson, 16. Again, only about 1,800 votes there, so that's fairly low. 28A, Rick Cheatham, 53. Don Morell, 47. 28B, there's 35 districts, so we're getting towards the end. 28B, Dan Garner, 52. Scott Workman, 48. 29A, Dustin Manwaring, 60. Craig Yadone, 40. All right, here's a very close race. Okay, so 29B, Greg Romrell, 51, and Jake Stevens, 49. The difference there right now is 33 votes. State Senator, District 30, Julie Van Orden, 57. Jerry Bingham, 43. And District 31, Van Burtenshaw is at 66. Fran Bryson is at 34. 31A, Gerald Raymond is at 55. Carrie Hanks is at 45%. 31B, Rod Furness is at 63. Darnell Ship is at 37. 32, State Senate, Kevin Cook is at 75. Keith Newberry at 25. 32A, Stephanie Mickelson, 64. And Nicholas Christensen, 36. State Senator, District 33, Dave Lent, 69%. Brian Scholes, 31%. District 33, Seat A, Barbara E. Hart, 54%. Jeff Thompson, 46. Nothing in District 34 yet, which would be Jason Drollinger versus John Weber for seat A, and Ron Nate versus Britt Raybold for seat B. And then State Senate, District 35, Mark Harris, 66, Doug Toomer, 34, Kevin Andrus for seat B, 54% to 47 for John Good. And 35 seat B, Josh Wheeler, 55, Chad Christensen, 45. I think that is everybody that I on here. All right. So we'll continue to, I don't know, on your thing here, if it will say. I guess I don't remember if these numbers are any different or not. I don't remember what the vote total is. All right. So while she's updating numbers, which one did you update, or did you update any?
I updated. I'm not going to mess with the governor's again. Because
Okay.
It's been called.
Lieutenant Governor 60 for Bedke, Giddings 35, Gasurowski 6. Governor's race has been called, so we may not update that one for quite a while. The Democrat governor's race, 16,000 votes. I don't remember how many votes the Democrats typically get, and with only one name on the ballot, they may not have had as big of a turnout, I guess. But Stephen Haidt is at 78%, and then the write-ins are currently at 22%.
This one hasn't
So.
changed, but there was.
Okay, yeah. State Superintendent of Education, Critchfield 44, Ibarra 30, and Durst 30. So there's not too many of the statewide races that are, because right now, like with the lieutenant governor's race, we're looking at 58, almost 100,000 votes there. So there's quite a few. Secretary of State's office race is, still a pretty big gap there. Would probably be pretty difficult for Moon to close that gap. In the AG's race, we have Wasden at 46% and Labrador at 44% and Macomber at 9%. So right now the gap between Labrador and Wasden is about 1,800 votes, somewhere in there. I'm just kind of doing a quick estimate. So that's that gap holds, and either Labrador or Wasden win by just that small margin. That's a lot. And then I will have to kind of go back through all the other ones here. Okay, we're good. Thank you. So again, with the Constitution Party, the for those looking at those results, it looks like Cole has the lead right now in that race. But again, unless he gets 1,000 votes, which it does not look like he's going to get, he still technically loses, is the way that goes. Now, the Constitution Party can, ultimately determine if they wanted somebody different because of how the laws are written. But right now, we're looking at the state is reporting 11.4% of the counties are reporting. 28% have not reported at all. But it looks like a lot of the larger counties had to have submitted results because this is quite a bit of information. So let's see. Tom Johnson says, look at D versus R votes cast. Either the Dems have a super low turnout or the left did what they just said they would, change party affiliations and voted for the R's that were most closely aligned with their ideals. Susan Dusso, and I'm going to butcher a whole bunch of names tonight, but I apologize. Y'all better get behind Em and Bunny in November. Brian Alman said conservatives need to engage in tough postmortem, figure out what worked and what didn't, figure out how to run good candidates and winnable races and then give them funding and support. So we are, again, it's, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock. It's early. It's early. I'm actually not sure how long the Facebook live feed goes. I think you get at least 4 hours. We got another at least an hour and a half on Facebook. So is there any, do you know, on the statewide stuff, is there
None of
any?
the numbers have significantly changed now.
Okay, so on the Senate, you have 1% reporting. Do you know? I assume that's not
No, that's
accurate. Okay, well, let's look at what that is. I assume Crapo, based on percentage reporting, is probably one. Oh, they did call it for Crapo. Okay, so Senator Crapo has one reelection. Obviously, he's at nearly 70%, and so no, I did not yet. So,
they
yeah,
called Simpson.
and Mike Simpson. Okay, and so Mike Simpson right now 57%, Brian Smith 31%. So Mike Simpson has one re-election as well. Okay, any other races that? So this is coming from KTVB. So yeah, we'll basically go off of whatever they're looking at, and obviously some of these leads are really, really big, and somewhat insurmountable. Like if it starts off with absentee ballots and there's a 20% gap just from those early absentee ballots, there's a good chance you can close that gap. But once it gets to like 30% reporting and there's still that big of a gap, that's typically a good indicator that those are not going to change. Can you tell what on the statewide races, what's the percentage reporting on a lot of them? Just estimating, or the ones that actually have results.
Well, on Senate District 2, it says 2%. House 1B, 15%.
Okay.
15%. It looks like it's about an average.
Okay. So yeah, on the
26%. 52 and 7.
Okay.
That's all over the board.
Yeah. So it's all over the board, and maybe the faster thing to do for this, while you're looking at statewide races and maybe seeing if the percentages have changed, maybe we can.
They're staying really consistent. There's not a lot of change in the percentages.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, if there is, that's fine. Let's see.
Cody Galloway's up to 50%.
50%, Fred Martin at 44. Okay.
So
what I'll do is, so right now at 29% reporting, again, Becky up 60% to 34 for Priscilla Giddings, and Daniel Gasurowski at 6%. Again, the 29% reporting is for, what's interesting is these are all of the statewide races you'd think would have the same reporting, but at least according to KTVB, they have the AG's race at 42% reporting versus 29% for the other races. No, because the governor says 41. So I don't know why the lieutenant governor's race is behind, and Secretary of State as well. So again, not much of a gap between. Oh, hold on. This is okay. So that's KTVB, but is that different than SOS? So we're looking at one of the statewide races that KTVB has a different number. And we know the numbers are going to be different. Oh, that's about the same. Okay. As far as
So he's pulled ahead
percentage.
in the last
So
few minutes.
yeah, sometime, and maybe you can do that. Okay. So in the last few minutes, so I'm going to give you a percentage that's fairly close to the SOS, but Raul Labrador has pulled ahead and is now at 46%, Wasden at 44%, and Art Mackenber at 9%. Again, our polling had Labrador at about 4% above Wasden, but that was, again, a the error of margin in our poll was plus or minus 4. What's that? Yeah, and you're gonna have to switch the names too. So maybe leave that at 44 and just swap the name. So again, a very close race there. And so the Attorney General race, that is 40, according to KTVB, 42% reporting. The SOS office was about the same. Looked like there's about 1,000 votes. Ultimately, they'll come in the same. Now, KTVB could be getting numbers from certain counties, maybe a little ahead of SOS. We're not really sure, but at the end of the night, they always end up being the same. So, hey, come on in. Do you want to prep that one? So yeah, so Labrador right now has pulled ahead, 46% to 44%, and here in a few moments we will be joined by Representative Priscilla Giddings running for Lieutenant Governor. So yeah, we'll have Senator Zito get that all updated. Oh, sorry, Christy. You're still technically a senator.
I know, but
But yeah, no, that's fine.
I can't
Yeah.
You told me I can't politic.
Yeah,
when I'm
no, I know.
helping you
Yeah,
do this.
no, we're good.
So.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Well, come on over, Representative Giddings. And it's kind of tight quarters here.
You are never losing. Never.
All right. So, how are you? Good. Good. Oh, long nights.
Where do I?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
You can just
Just
look.
right
You can just
there.
look at me.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's the camera is here, but the video's over there because
Got it.
Christy's updating
Kind of have to-
all that fun stuff over there. So
Here we are.
12
12 months into this.
Yeah. So what's that like running a statewide campaign?
It's been a lot of fun. Just being able to travel every corner of the state. It's been good to meet so many amazing Idahoans who really care about our state. Put a lot of miles on the car. I think I'm up to 25,000 miles on the car.
Wow.
And that doesn't count some of the air miles back and forth across the state. So we've really, I would say we've set records for a grassroots campaign that we've had, 4,400 plus donations from thousands of Idahoans. And it's humbling. It's very humbling that people really believe in the fight and they realize that we've lost so many freedoms over the last couple of years in Idaho that we thought was a super conservative state. So it's been good. It's been fun. And all good things must come to an end.
Yeah. So I think the last results we saw
They've
was
changed from
a
the
little
last
bit.
time.
Okay. So how's Becky at 58? You're at 36. I can't really see that far.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, what are your thoughts? Can you still pull it out, or you just like, hey, whatever the results are is what they are?
Yeah, I was just reflecting in Romans. God picks our leaders, and hopefully, we had, I think, record turnout of voters, and
It sounds
so
like it all across the state.
that's we're still probably not even at 50% of the results back in. So anything's still possible, but he does have a pretty significant lead.
Yeah.
So it's discouraging to lose to the establishment, who are very globalist oriented, who cave to Facebook and big tech. But yet, if that's what the people of Idaho want, then that's where we're headed as a state.
Okay. What are your thoughts on, I don't know if you've paid attention to the other races tonight and kind of how the results have come in, and what are your thoughts so far?
I've just kind of finished up debriefing with a lot of my poll watchers are still out, making sure that the final counts are done right. For the most part, today was good. Record turnout was the biggest thing that we saw. A few weird things here and there. Didn't get the polls, or we didn't get the registered voters list as cleaned up as we would have liked to. Struggled with that. Still have a lot of people who are voting who have moved out of the state, things like that. So still a lot of work to do on election integrity. But I'm looking at some of the other results. I think you said Labrador pulled ahead. That's very positive. Even if we can get a strong attorney general in there, that would be a great positive move for Idaho. So, but North Idaho is conservative, and we don't have many results back from North Idaho. So I'm still counting on North Idaho to come in strong for a lot of our conservative candidates.
Okay. All right. What would you say on the campaign trail? I mean, you traveled the state multiple times. What was the biggest, maybe one or two issues that most Idahoans came up to you and said, "Hey, this is my biggest concern"? What would those two issues be?
Aside from the mandates and the lockdowns that people are still frustrated over, surprisingly, there are a lot of areas of the state where there weren't many lockdowns. And so the property tax issue is really starting to hurt people and the elderly, the growing cost to live is really heavy on the hearts of a lot of people. And then you can jump into our education system, and from that springs a whole different list of issues, whether it's teaching critical race theory or the inappropriate content in libraries, but really school choice, heavy on people's minds. And then I think just making sure that the government is doing its proper role, rooting out the corruption in government. We hear a lot of examples of that. So.
Okay, interesting. Well, is your family? Are they like, oh my gosh, whether win or lose, we're ready to be done and get our?
Yeah, they're all at home asleep. So, yeah, it's win or lose. God's got a plan, and God wins in the end. And so, just take it one day at a time.
Okay, what's your plans if you don't win tonight? Like, what's your plans for the future?
We really wanted to get through tonight first, and
Yeah.
then we can make family decisions and career decisions. Sure. And so I still have my airline transport license, can easily go back, fly for the airlines, and be a mom.
Okay. Yeah. And are you still in the military, correct?
Yes, technically I am still in the Air Force Reserves. I need 3 more years before I can retire. I did put in a vaccine exemption, so I'm working through that process along with a lot of others across the nation. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, thanks for your time. We appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for what you do.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate you.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And if you see any other candidates, whoever they are, send them
Okay.
down our way. We'd love to chat. I need a break once in a while from talking for 2.5. It's only 2.5 hours. I don't know how the radio guys do it. This is a long time. Of course, they get breaks and they always have guests, and it makes it a lot easier for them to ramble on for hours on end. But so for those that didn't hear, let me try to undo. Oh, can you go back to the AG and undo that one, please? For those that did not hear, so far, Governor Little has won re-election. He's currently at 58% to 27% for Janice. Ed Humphreys at 12%, Steve Bradshaw at 2%, and Ashley Jackson, Lisa Marie, Ben Kennedy, and Cody Isabel all at 1%. And the Lieutenant Governor's race, 58% for Speaker Becky. Representative Giddings, who was just with us, at 36%, and Daniel Gasurowski at 6%. 40% reporting in the Secretary of State's office with Phil McGrain at 51%, Dorothy Moon at 35%, and Mary Souza at 14%. What's this? Oh, reporting. Yeah, so still 24 counties not reporting at all. What are you showing me?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We still got a long ways to go.
We've only got 7 who are fully reported, 13 partially, 24 not reported. We have no results for Elmore County and that district and Ron Nate's district and one other.
Okay. Yeah.
With no results at all.
And then in the AG's race, at least, I don't know, did you put that back up or not? So I'm going to read numbers that might be a little bit different than what Christy will put up from the SOS office, but Labrador is at 47% now, Wasden at 44%, and Macomber at 9%. So Labrador has again extended his lead a little bit. That's 46% reporting. A very long time to go. That really depends on who has reported so far. North Idaho tends to be the more conservative wing of the party. The Treasure Valley area tends to be more the moderate area, along with like the Twin Falls area, the Pocatello area, and I guess mostly the rest of the state. And not too much of a change in the state superintendent's race. so far. So that's what we have. So we know that Senator Crapo has won re-election. Mike Simpson has won re-election. Governor Little has won re-election. And I think those are all the big ones. And also, Matt Clifford has won has won his election for Ada County Sheriff. I'm trying to see. Going back to this is, I don't think these results have changed here. Can I get a piece of paper, please, so I can write this down and see if this changes later on. Zach Brooks right now in that Canyon County Commissioner's race is at 42%. Pam White is at 38%. And Victor Holiday at 19%. But I don't think that's changed since the last time we looked. So I'm just going to write this down. And that way, next time we see it, we can determine if it's gone up or down. Okay. All right. Let's see. So
Judy,
Kelly,
Boyle, and Stein have gotten closer.
has it? Okay. So what's that one at? Or did you update it on there or not yet?
Yet.
Okay.
It's at 49.5 and 50.5.
Who's ahead? Scott Syme.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so another really interesting race is District 9, Seat B. Judy Boyle. This was a race that we were talking about earlier with Dustin Hurst.
See, that's
where
it was, and now it's closed.
Okay, so that's closed significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them are state representatives. Now, this is mostly Judy Boyle's district, and this race has had several $100,000 spent on it. And for a state legislative race, that's very, very high compared to what I have personally seen over the years. So that one right now, what's the actual vote difference? I can't.
It's 1326 to 1353.
Yeah, so a couple dozen votes is separating those two right now, and we don't know yet on the
And
percentage
Lee has
that
pulled
is reported.
ahead of Rice now.
Okay. So that's for Seat B, and then in District 9 Senate, this has two state senators, and then two other candidates as well. And so, let's say 39.
Mm-hmm.
Abby Lee, this is mostly District 9 is mostly her district, is 39%. Jordan Marquez is 29%. Jim Rice is 21%. And Kayla Dunn is 9%. So, and I don't know, I haven't figured out how many. I mean, we've had a record turnout, so I can't give you, some districts will have about 10,000 votes, some about 12,000, and some less. But we've been hearing about record turnout, and so it's really hard to determine.
We still have so many that haven't reported.
Yeah, and then some haven't reported, and I'm scrolling through right now on KTBB. I mean, you're looking at 15%. These are obvious. Some of these are wrong on KTBB because they'll have Jim Addis at 60 and Joe Alfieri at 40, but they're saying 0% reporting, so that's clearly not accurate. So that's 2,000 votes there, 2,000 votes there. District 5, I mean, there's only 400 votes cast. So again, when we say that this drags on all night, it literally drags on all night because some counties are absolutely awful when it comes to getting their updates in on who's winning. Another district I don't think that we had mentioned before was Senate District 8.
There's nothing showing.
No, there is on KTBB.
Oh.
But I don't know. Anyway, that one, it's only 400 votes. So still a long way to go, 449. That one, Terry Gestrin, who is a current House member running for state Senate. He is at 47. John Kruger is at 24. Jeff Schroeder at 19. And Gary Freeman at 10. So again, not nearly enough votes for that to even really be read aloud. This doesn't look like it's been updated either at 12%.
Probably Valley County.
Oh, okay. At 12%, Tammy Nichols is at 51%. Scott Brock at 49%. Again, only 1,300 votes. So it's not. I'm trying to scroll through here and see if any of these have. Okay, so if you let's look at District 14. This says 53% reporting. This is for state senate. Scott Grove is at 55%. Stephen Thane is at 34%, and Katie Donahue at 11%. So that's significantly higher than obviously some of these other districts. For District 14A, it says 3% reporting at about 3,800 votes. Ted Hill at 49%, excuse me. Tracy Kolish at 27, Mike Olson at 20, and Caleb Hubery at 4. So still way too early in most of these legislative races to determine who may or may not be winning, because we really don't know what the turnout's going to be.
No, we don't. That's interesting that Gahan DeMordaunt, who's basically an incumbent.
Yeah. So she's down. Guyan DeMordaunt to
Josh Tanner.
and that one they have 3% reporting though. That's I think is probably low. But anyway, so we're just looking at KTVB's website. Chuck Winder, he's the the Senate Majority Leader. This one is 95% reported, so this one is probably over, just given the numbers. So this one, if this is accurate, and KTVB says 19 of 20 precincts are reported, you're not going to get too much change here. But that's 7,284 votes. So Chuck Winder at 54 and Rosa Martinez at 46. So I don't see. So we could end up with a lot of districts around 7,000, 8,000 maybe tonight, but just not enough.
Senate in District 24 race is really close too.
Okay. 24?
Mm-hmm. Patrick and Zeiderveld.
Yeah. So that one, I don't know, how many votes did it have on there, on the SOS site?
It's only got about
What?
1,500.
Okay, so
votes in
KTVB
now.
is way
So that's got to
behind
be
on
a
that one.
short.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot reported in that race yet. There's a
No,
lot more down
KTVB is
there.
even farther behind than that. So, all right. So for those just tuning in, we are now almost 3 hours into our results show. Governor Little has won re-election. That race has been called by the AP and by KTVB. No changes yet. The total amount of votes right now in that race is 142,000 for the governor's race. Lieutenant governor's race is 116,000 total votes, but the percentage is a little bit different on the percent reporting. No change in the AG's race. Labrador still has a lead of 47% to 44% and 9% for Art Mackenberg. That's what we've got so far on the statewide race. No real changes from what we've had earlier. And again, this is where we can get to a part of the night where we don't get an update for like hours.
Catch up.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's good for you, but I need more people to talk to. I need more candidates. You got to track down some folks. I didn't say you had to go. I was just saying.
I would talk to you, but I'm not a candidate.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. So if you guys know some people out there, tell them to come on down and give me a break to.
I think there's not a lot of people left out there.
Yeah, well, they're probably all up on the other floors visiting and all that stuff. So let's see. And the other interesting, I think the other interesting race, and maybe I'll try to pull it up, is the gubernatorial race for the Democrat Party. Because here's the thing. All three candidates in the Democrat race are, I don't know why they don't have this on here. Like KTVB doesn't even put the other parties on there.
Let me finish this and I'll find it on this. I'll bring it up on Secretary of State.
No, that's fine. All three candidates for the gubernatorial nomination in the Democrat Party are former Republicans, registered Republicans. The candidate who, looking back, a lot of people thought would be the party nominee, and it still could be, but was Shelby Rogenstad. He's the mayor of Sandpoint. he jumped in the race, I think, in September of last year. And when the filing deadline opened, so the way that it works, for those that don't know, is there's a filing deadline. It's a couple weeks that you have to go in and you file for whichever office. Now, you can declare, hey, I intend to run for this office. But when you actually go and fill out the paperwork for the office, you have to go in and file with the Secretary of State's office. And so Rogenstad did that, I believe, on the second to last day of the filing deadline. And the night of the... Okay, so that's... Okay, so right now we have Haidt at 77.8%. He is the Democrat that's on the ballot. And the write-ins are a total of 22%. And so Rogenstad... that the night that the deadline closed, we were watching the Secretary of State's office. They were updating the candidates that had filed, because some people file like literally within the last 10 minutes of the deadline. And we kept refreshing and didn't see his name pop on there. And we were like, well, this is kind of weird. Like, where's Rogenstad? Why isn't he on there? Haidt was on there. Rogenstad was not on there. And it turns out, I guess, at least according to the county clerk, up in Sandpoint, which I think is Bonner County, if I remember correctly, Rogenstad was still a registered Republican. And so he couldn't get on the ballot. And the only way for him to get on the ballot for the Democrat Party was to launch a write-in campaign. Now, here's the thing. Write-in campaigns are very difficult. Even if you have a ton of money and all the support and everything, write-in campaigns are extremely difficult because you have to reach all the voters. And the problem is you don't get the benefit of, hey, my name's on the ballot and I'm just going to get a whole bunch of random people that maybe didn't know who they wanted to vote for. Your name's not on the ballot. You're going to get people who were like, hey, I saw an ad for Shelby Rogenstad. I'm not even sure. I think that's how you say it. I apologize if I'm not saying it correctly. But I saw this ad for Shelby Rogenstad. I go in there and nothing, right? His name's not on the ballot, and you're like, well, I don't know what happened, so I'll just fill out my vote for the other person. And they forget that they have to write in that candidate's name. The other thing that's difficult for a candidate like Rogenstad is you have to spell that person's name pretty close to what it is. So if you write Shelley, Rosenbaum or something, okay, they're going to look at that and go, that's not who that person is. Now you can go in there and if you write Shelby, let's say you do Rogenstad, but you forget the G, the clerks are supposed to look at that and go, this was clearly intended to be a vote for this candidate, write-in candidate, so we'll count it, okay? But it's got to be really, really close. It's got to be legible. That's the other problem is you can't actually have a sticker and put a sticker on the ballot because the machines will rip off those stickers and it just jams up the machine. So you have to handwrite it, and you have to hope that handwriting is legible. My wife would tell you, like, if I had to do a writing campaign, it would be awful because I can't write very legibly, especially if I'm in a hurry. So all of those add up to very difficult issues for writing candidates. And so as of right now, I think his first name was Stephen. I can't remember exactly. Stephen Haidt, I believe, is his first name. He is at 78% to 22% for the writing candidates. And if that holds, it would appear that he would end up being the nominee versus Rogenstad, who many that we had talked to felt was going to be the main Democrat nominee, but didn't quite make it. So that's that. So the benefit for somebody like Dr. Ryan Cole is that he has a very simple name, right? His name is Ryan Cole, and you really can't mess that up. It's easy to remember, and so he has the benefit of that. Now, again, for those who didn't hear us earlier, write-in candidate. So Dr. Ryan Cole, and I don't know, is there an update on that one at all, really? You remember?
I think the number
The same. Okay. So with
give me 1 second.
Oh, you're fine. With Dr. Cole, right now, at least earlier, he was up, I think, 52% to 48%. But the Constitution Party only has about 3,900 registered voters. And so Cole actually, even though he may get more votes than Davidson, actually has to get 1,000 votes in order to win the election. Now, the party can go in and say, hey, look, you got more votes. This law says that you have to get 1,000, but the party can actually legally go in and say, we want Cole to be the nominee because he got the most votes, even though he didn't cross that 1,000 vote threshold. That is an option that the party does have. We got some updates on House stuff, it looks like, or legislative. Make sure you say, I think you're good. Yeah, there you go. All right, so who we got here? Okay, so this is District 32 Senate, Cook at 74, Newberry at 25, Mickelson at 62, and Christiansen at 38. Okay. Yeah, Chrissy's over here working hard trying to give you guys updated results.
Because they're kind of at a standstill.
Okay. And for those that are tuning in, again, I could have done this from my house. We could have done it a lot differently. But our goal was to drive all the way up here, book some hotel rooms, and set all this stuff up, interview candidates. Yeah, all that too. Food and gas and all that stuff. We spent about $1,100 in putting on this results show for you guys tonight. So if you guys are willing, if you guys are willing, please consider a donation to help us cover the cost of putting on this event. If in the end you're like, hey, it was fun, but don't worry about going up there again. I'm not going to be hurt. I think it's more fun this way, but certainly don't want to, do it if you guys don't think it was worth it to do a live on location results show. So this is District 33. On these state legislative races, kind of ignore the percent reporting because it's kind of a total nightmare. Trying to make sure that we get that part updated, but. Dave Lent at 68, Scholes at 32, Barbara Ehart at 57, and Thompson at 43. And Thompson is actually a former state representative as well. And Barbara Ehart is the incumbent in that race. Lent is the incumbent, and Scholes. That would have been something interesting maybe next time is having like an asterisk or something that indicates who the incumbent is in the race, since a lot of people may not know. A lot of the people running or whatever. So
that would be interesting. Jim Rice and Abby Lee's race there would be too this time.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they determine who's the incumbent in a redistricting happened, and in some races, multiple legislators got placed into the same district. You could maybe say Abby Lee is the incumbent in District 9 because Jim Rice was in here earlier and said 60% of that district was hers. And he said 1%, I think, was his, something along those lines. So, maybe that's how they would determine incumbency. In District 30, Van Orden, that can't be right. It says 5. But I assume it was 57 if the other one was 43% or something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Julie Van Orden at 57% and Jerry Bingham at 43. Julie Van Orden is also a former legislator who lost a few years ago and is running for election this time. I wish we knew, and I guess we don't.
What?
The percentage on, I guess none of those. So looking through here, the percentages aren't changing much. It does look like the Attorney General's race, at least on KTVB, went up to 49% reporting. Labrador still at 47, Wasden at 44, and Art Mackenber at 9. So the gap between Labrador and Wasden is about 4,800 votes. Superintendent of Education, 43 for Critchfield, 30 for Ibarra, who is the incumbent, and then Brandon Durst at 27%. So far, the races that have been called by either KTVB or the AP, Governor Little has won, and with, I think last I saw it was at 58% to 27% for McGeehan. Crapo has won. Simpson has won in the Ada County race. They're calling a race for somebody somewhere. There's lots of cheering, or they're having a drinking game. Who knows? But could be either one. Could be either one tonight. You never know. So those are the big races that have been called so far. The lieutenant governor's race has not been called. The secretary of state's office or race has not been called. Some people have had questions about calling the races. There are, okay, so almost all the big races will be called before can somebody look up the Pennsylvania race, Senate race, by the way? That was a race people were in. I know it's not Idaho, but Dr. Oz was running in that. So
right now they are neck and neck.
Still neck and neck.
Within like a 10th of a percent.
Holy cow. Okay. Wow. So for those that don't know, one of the big races that tonight in Pennsylvania was Dr. Oz from the show. Was it called the Dr. Oz show? I can't remember. Anyway, the doctor that was on TV, he's Trump-backed candidate, is running for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania. And so that's probably the biggest race that we were seeing on the news across the state. Let's see, District 29, Seat A, Dustin Manwaring at 60, Yadone at 40, Romrell at 49. Is that accurate? Is it? Those need to be flipped, or is that the percentage is wrong?
49 and
okay, so that is okay.
50.91.
So very, very close. So Jake Stevens is now at 51 and Romrell at 49. It looks like the vote gap is 60 votes there.
Exactly 60 votes.
Yeah. So yeah. So on calling races before all the votes have been counted, a lot of people get really frustrated with that. Some people don't. So based on just watching elections for many years, watching how they do it, the reason that they will call it before all the votes have been counted is because sometimes, certain counties come in and let's say there's one or two outlier counties that haven't been counted yet, but there's a 20,000 vote gap and there's literally only 15,000 potential votes left. That's not enough to close the gap regardless. And so they'll call a race. Or the race starts off and 1% of the votes have been counted and some candidate has a 30% margin. And then we get up to 50% of the vote counted and that candidate has a 28% margin still. The trend is not trending in the right direction for that gap to close enough to go, okay, we don't want to call this race because there's just too much left. Now, why do they call the races? I assume a lot of that has to do with they want to go to bed. I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is it gets really late. I mean, we're at 11:47 at night. So a lot of people are like, okay, is this race over? Can I go to bed? Can I just not be here? I think some media outlets really itch to like, hey, who won the race? Let's call the race. Let's be the first ones to call it. That has come back to bite some media outlets. We saw that in the presidential elections. We've seen races last election cycle, legislative races. I think in District 35, Representative Carrie Hanks went to bed thinking she had lost and woke up, and they were like, "Hey, you won your race," and it was kind of like, "Oh, holy cow, okay." So that has come back to bite some media outlets. Now, in the case of Governor Little, his lead is just massive. Even though only half the votes have been counted, I just never seen a situation where that big of a gap at almost 40% has been closed, especially on a statewide race with this much coming in. So not much of a change. Again, 49%, 46% reporting, 46% reporting. 50% in the AG's race, 46% reporting in the superintendent race. That one has changed a little bit, at least on KTVB. Debbie Critchfield at 43, Sherry Ibarra at 29, and Brandon Durst at 27%. All right. Let's see. Let's jump over to the comments here. So Stacy says the population of this state is not so much the paper ballots cannot be verified against these results. Let's see. Brian says there's cheating and there's 2-to-1 victories. The issue isn't voting machines, rather establishment packs with endless cash. And more. Yeah.
Champagne bottle.
There was a champagne bottle, so we're not really sure. The same people keep screaming, and we're not seeing different stuff. So I'm not really sure. Hey, maybe go ask them. Just like, hey, what happened? See what they say. What the heck? Maybe they'll give us.
We have some faithful friends sitting this out with us.
Yeah,
and my daughter.
We got some awesome help with. Hey, go see what that's about.
Great people to hang out here with us
Haven't-
through this.
I mean, I don't see anything on KTVB yet, but maybe the AP is.
Sheriff.
Was it the sheriff? Oh, see, I thought that's what the screaming earlier was about. Was that the Ada County Sheriff's race? Okay, so Ada County Sheriff's race has officially been called. Do you want to see if there's any change on Canyon County? Let me get a second. No, I didn't even see that. Sorry. That's whatever. On the wrong side there.
I'm wrong.
That's backwards.
Oh.
That's fine. Kelly Anthon. So this is District 27. It's 78%. Hakes at 22. House A, Pickett 82. Voight 18. And House B, Handy 44, Stokes 24, and Field 20. Okay.
Right now,
Very
looking
good.
like live TV.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay, and you asked me to check which?
Yeah, we were going to see the Canyon County race again. Get a drink here. All right. So, again,
Right there.
is that okay? So that's the same, unless that's the end.
Well,
And that's the problem. Is
yeah. So that's at 9:30. So that's KT.
Can you
Let me see what I can find out.
here?
Secretary of State.
Let me ask. All right. Well, we're hoping to get a few more candidates down here to continue talking about the results. I know we had a few more that said they were going to come. Hey, how's it going?
Are you live streaming?
Yeah, we're still live. We're going. We're
Then
rocking.
Why are you talking to me right now?
I don't know.
Can I lie down in bed? Is that
I need
weird?
a.
No, you can't sit on the bed.
Why?
No.
That's
the rules.
Okay, I want to cuddle with somebody.
Hey, do you want to go see if you can? I don't care who the candidates are, but you want to go round up a couple for me, possibly?
I'll see what I can do.
All right. Thanks, Ginger.
But you said I couldn't cuddle with anyone on the bed, so.
Oh, shoot. So yeah, we'll continue to. Okay, so I'm being told by someone in Canyon County in that commissioner's race, there's no updates in almost 3 hours. They're still opening absentee ballots. We saw a significant drop. So again, for those that weren't on in the beginning, there's usually the first results that come in, usually within the first 15 minutes, are a bunch of absentee ballots. And the interesting thing was in 2020, that was like all of them. Like there was literally some counties in 2020 that when they dumped their results, it was over because everybody was absentee ballot. And so there was no like, hey, here's this precinct, here's this precinct. All of a sudden, all of the ballots would come in at once.
That's the map of what's reported and what hasn't. Only the
Okay.
green are fully reported. The yellow
Yeah,
and white are not.
still
That's
quite
a lot.
Still a lot. Yeah, still a lot of votes. And can you tell kind of if it's the ones that are not reported?
So-
Do we know if they're like which part of Idaho? I guess you can just look at the white. So that would be Southwest Idaho, some counties up north,
The
and
only
then
ones that
some of the
are
rural
reported
counties
are
up
the very
there.
small rural areas.
Yeah, so very few counties are fully reported based on here. Let's just
show
do
it.
the. So this is This is from the SOS website.
Mhm.
Okay, so according to the SOS website, let's see if this works.
Oh,
there we go. Just gotta let it focus. So I'm not gonna scroll up and down, but there you can see the green is fully reported counties, so they're all done. Yellow is partially reporting counties, and then white is no reporting at all. And again, this gets really complicated because if you live in one of these counties that is white, you could probably go to the county website and you may see results, but they just haven't submitted them to SOS, or whoever's at the SOS office hasn't updated yet. And that's the hard part with results of an election is you're going to get multiple data points from all across the state, and it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell which counties are kind of done or sort of done or not at all. Because I mean, we've had results from almost every county in state
Except
legislative
those-
races, right? Except for a couple.
Yeah, we haven't had anything from 8. We haven't had anything from whatever Ron makes.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so yeah, still a long time to go, and I've always found it kind of fascinating that for some reason these can you plug here, I'll write it down. For some reason some of these counties they'll like I can't talk and write at the same time, so give me a sec here. Actually, let's do it. Some of these counties, it's like there's results, and then hours go by. So again, in this county commissioner's race in Canyon County, I'm being told there's not been an update in 3 hours, and all of a sudden you'll just see this giant batch of updates come, and you're like, well, wait a minute, is that the end of the election? Is it over? And you can't tell half the time. So it's all very, very frustrating. So for those who don't know, Idaho Dispatch started on June 3rd, 2020, and we were coming up on 2 years. And we've talked a little bit about this earlier. Can you see this one too, please? And see and write down the numbers, the vote numbers for me, please. We're having a very serious discussion about whether we can keep the Idaho Dispatch going. It's desperately needed, and we don't want to see it go away. The problem is this is somewhat a labor of love. I started this thing, and it's the same as before, isn't it? I don't know, maybe not. What's the percentage?
45 and 54. 55.
55 to 4. I think it is.
Now
Yeah.
we'll know.
Yeah, I know a few of these, and that hasn't changed either. So, and so, a few months ago, we said, hey, look, we've got to get, we don't have some big donor that comes in and drops $100,000 into the Idaho Dispatch to help this thing go. It's literally been built from the ground up, and we have some incredible supporters, some incredible donors, some incredible subscribers that help out. But ultimately, here's the thing. We live in a country where, it's supposed to be capitalism, okay? And if you don't like the products that are currently out there, meaning the mainstream media, if you don't like those options, the only thing you can do is create something to compete against those. And that's ultimately what we did with Idaho Dispatch. I was frustrated and said, hey, I don't really like where the mainstream media is at right now because I don't want the opinions of all of these reporters when we're doing news coverage. And so we started the Idaho Dispatch, and with a goal of not being biased towards any one particular party or ideology or anything. It was just, let's report the news. And so with that, though, we have to get to a point where we're almost at 2 years where it's being sustained by subscribers. Right now, I'm the only one that writes news articles. And if I don't write the news articles, then nothing gets posted. And so the frustration is we have to build this thing to where you guys support it. We have over 2 million page views now on the website. Right now, we have about 140 yearly subscriptions, and we have, I think, 332 or 6 monthly subscriptions. And our goal is to get to 350 monthly subscriptions. And, we're trying to get to about 100 or about 200 yearly subscriptions. Now, the monthly subscriptions are huge for a variety of reasons. And the reason is because as a company, we have to know how much money is coming in each month. And we gain some and we lose some each month. That's normal. But that's how we determine what are our expenditures. Do we have enough money coming in every month that we can finally hire another reporter to report? Maybe they do 1 or 2 articles a week and that's all they can do. That's all we can afford to pay them. That's fine. But we have to know that much money is coming in order to cover the costs of running the company. And so that's why we do the monthly subscriptions. We have yearly ones. Those are also very helpful. And all of it, ultimately, we have to get to a point where, honestly, a regular journalist starting out at a newspaper usually makes somewhere around $20,000 or $30,000. Okay, so we're talking, we need, we would love to have a journalist in Northern Idaho covering Northern Idaho politics, probably 2 in the Treasure Valley to cover the Treasure Valley as well as maybe North Central Idaho, and then 1 in Southern Idaho. Okay, so that's 4 reporters times $30,000 ultimately in the long run. That's $120,000. I'm too tired to figure out what 120,000 divided by 3 is, but it's a lot of people. What is that? The
40.
What's that?
40.
120,000 divided by 3 is
40,000.
Yeah, 40,000. That's 40,000 subscribers. We're at 336 or something like that. Okay, we have a very, very long way to go to get to that point. So I can't, and we have a higher subscription, so you can do it for $7, you can do it for $10, you can do it for $3 a month, whatever you want to do. You can actually just custom do as much as you want. And so at the end of the day, look, I have another job, a full-time job. I do this pretty much full-time, so I sleep once in a while. And, my other job that I can do, and it could be much more successful financially. And I'll just leave it at that. And so we're trying to get the Idaho Dispatch off the ground, but we can't do it this way forever where we don't have the support necessary. So if you're a big donor, if you're one of those people that you were dropping $5,000 into these candidates and maybe your candidate lost, the Idaho Dispatch could use $5,000 to help hire some people. I'm just saying. But no, seriously, ultimately we want this to be supported by you guys. And so please consider becoming a subscriber. Maybe we can do it tonight. Maybe we can get 14 more people to subscribe to the Idaho Dispatch for $3 a month. If this coverage, if getting as unbiased news as possible is worth it to you, become a subscriber, yearly or monthly. Either way, we're very humbled and very supportive, or very grateful for the support that you guys have shown us so far. What are we at now? Anything?
The percentages aren't changing.
Percentages aren't changing. You might hear that a lot tonight. The percentages are not. What about the AG's race? Nothing different, really.
47, 42. I think that's pretty close.
No, that's different.
Is it different?
Yep, that's different now. So a little bit of an update, at least on the SOS website, on the Attorney General's race. Give me 1 second
So
here.
this is what we were.
So we were at 46 to 44,
And 48.
and now it's 48 for Labrador, 43 for Wasden, and 9 for Mackinburg. So Mackinburg's kind of held steady at 9%, and then Labrador and Wasden, that gap is widening there. All right, and I'm being told that Senator Winder has retained his seat in District 20. He is the Senate
Are they all done?
majority leader. What's that?
They're all done with their count.
I guess so. I don't know. That's what I was told. So Little has now gone down to 56%. Janice is at 29%. This is 53% reporting. So that could continue to shrink a little bit. Humphreys at 11%, Bradshaw at 2%, and everybody else at 1%. Lieutenant governor's race, again, I'm reading the GOP numbers, so the SOS numbers could be a little bit different. In the lieutenant governor's race, Becky is at 56, so that's gone down a little bit. Priscilla Giddings at 38, and Daniel Gasterowski at 6.
2% change.
And which one?
On both of them. Becky
both
went
of
down
those.
2%, Giddings went up 2%.
Okay. Let's see. Secretary of State, Phil McGrain is now at 48, Dorothy Moon at 37, and Mary Souza at 15. And then, and then Attorney General, Labrador at 48%, Wasden at 42%, and Art Mackenber at 9%. And that's at 54%. So there has been some change there. Maybe a little bit of change on the... Oh, actually, no, there's a big change here. Well, not big, but in the superintendent race, at 48% reporting, Debbie Critchfield at 42, Brandon Durst at 30, and Sherry Ibarra, who is the incumbent, at 28. So that has changed, I would say significantly, but second place is now different in that race. All right, cool. Let's check the comments anywhere. Has anyone pointed out that these results are tracking the polling the Idaho Dispatch paid for remarkably close? I don't remember. There's just so many numbers in my head now. I'm trying to remember. Little, I think we had at 58. He's got 56 right now. Again, that could go up or down. The lieutenant governor's race is hard to tell because there were so many undecided. It was like 44% undecided. I can't remember. I think we had. Try to remember we had Giddings at. She went up. She was at 28 and she was at 14. Jumped, I think, to 28 and was trending in that direction. And so that one's a little bit harder to tell just because there were so many undecided. We did not do the SOS office. The AG's race, we had Labrador at, I believe, 4%. Right now he's up 6%. So the margin of error was plus or minus 4. So in theory, if Labrador won by 8%, that would be within the margin. So that one was also fairly close. So again, on the lieutenant governor's race with our polling, it'd be hard to really determine the lieutenant governor's race just because, again, with 44% undecided, you have no idea how that's going to flip. Now, I was told by some other folks that they had Bedke up by over 20%. Right now, he's up by 18%. So theirs seem to match that one a little bit more. But on Labrador's race, we've been told by a number of people that they thought he was up by 20%. The last one that we posted, there was a Remington research poll. They had him up by 11% with a 3% margin. So in theory, if Labrador ends up with an 8% victory, both of our polls would have been within that margin of error. Can you, please? It's in the fridge, yeah. Another drink.
More caffeine, right?
More caffeine, definitely more caffeine. Yeah. Let's see. So and that's interesting. I don't know. People have mixed opinions. Thank you. People have mixed opinions on the polling. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Again, our only goal, honestly, was to give people some idea of how the race may be going, and we try to be very careful, not going, this is the most accurate poll you're ever going to get. This is 100% how the race is going to go. We tried to avoid all that because we didn't feel that was right, but we wanted to give maybe some people an idea on how the races were going, and so we ran the polling and tried to see. And again, we had so much pushback that candidates didn't want to release the polling. They were like, "Oh, we're neck and neck with Brad Little," and I was like, "Okay, can we see the results so that the public can scrutinize the methodology and all that kind of stuff?" Because that's what happened to us. So we did polling, and I think in the first poll we had about 600 respondents, and out of those 600 people, I believe 400 were landline and 200 were cell phone. So people said, "Hey, that's not enough cell phone." The problem is doing the cell phones were much more expensive. And we were like, okay, well, what's the real difference here? And we were asking the research company, what's the real difference here between landline and cell phones? And they were like, we don't really see too much difference in the polling. And they were like, okay, well then never mind. Like, we'll just do that. When we did the next one, we ended up with 500 and something results, 550, I think. I can't remember exactly. And we did increase the amount of cell phones. It didn't really change the governor's race a whole lot. Some of the undecideds had broke for Janice McGeehan in that race. But overall, it didn't really change much. So do you have any other results, either legislative or
changes? It all looks pretty
it's all
consistent so far.
Yeah, not much difference there. It's just trying
And these
still,
District 34
yeah.
still
So District
nothing, and
34,
eight,
for those
nothing.
that don't know, for District 34 and District is Rexburg, and District 8 is some ginormous district.
Elmore Valley,
Yeah, Elmore County,
Custer,
Valley County, Boise County, and then Custer County. So there are a couple on the SOS website that have like no results, and and those are both southern districts, so they were closed at 8:00 Mountain Time, and so in 4 hours they have no results. So again, and we're not saying there's shenanigans,
No.
but it's just some of these counties are just slow. And the weird thing is Rexburg's not a rural county. You would think that would be one that would come in a little faster. So I don't know. I don't have any idea on.
this is from Elmore, but it's not
Okay,
official. We can't report it.
Yeah. Wait till we get some official stuff there. All right, let's see. Just trying to see if there's any more comments. I haven't looked on YouTube as much on the comments. Let me try to pull that up here. Still nothing on the Pennsylvania race. No changes there. Anybody know? Let's see here. All right. So somebody asked if we're on Rumble. We do not. We have a Rumble channel, but we could not live stream. The restream that we are using does not have. It didn't have Rumble as an option. For those of you on Facebook, by the way, if you're watching on Facebook, the feed may end here in about 34 minutes. It used to. Maybe I'll try to look. The Facebook had a 4-hour time limit on live streaming, and I don't know if that's still the case. So technically, I'm not really sure what's going to happen at 4 hours. It may just boot the Facebook feed, or it may stop our feed on everything. If it stops our feed on everything, we will be back on as soon as possible. If it does, it may just boot us off of Facebook and keep us going on YouTube. I don't know. I don't know what the best decision here is. If we just keep going on YouTube and everybody jump on the YouTube channel and just watch there, or if we get booted from Facebook, we just stop the whole thing and then restart it again. I don't really know. You guys let me know what you think. Yeah, somebody says get the candidates that are drunk. I don't know where they all are. Hopefully there's some of them around
Sounds
still.
like they're having fun.
I think most of them.
Yeah, most of them are drunk in their rooms, maybe. There you go. Did they say who won the coroner position? So I assume you're talking about Ada County coroner. Let me try to pull that up real quick. I know I didn't look at here. Ada County. Here we go. Ada County. That's assessor. Sheriff. Matt Clifford has won re-election for sheriff, or won the election. Coroner. So we have Rich Riffle is at 52%, and Sherry Durst is at 48%. I believe. So this says 99% reporting. So odds are that Rich Riffle has won the Ada County coroner position. Let's see. So I'm getting more updates on the Canyon County race. Zach Brooks is at 50%, Pam White at 34%, and Victor Holiday at 15%. That may be the end on that one. I'm not sure. Let me ask. That's right. We're getting live updates via my phone. Because that's 15, 17, 18,000 votes. And the county commissioner, you can only vote for the one in your district. So it's not the whole county. It's for your district. And so I am asking if this is the final results. So I'm asking there, and we'll go from there. So that was it on the Ada County Commissioner, it looks like, or excuse me, Coroner. Let's see. What else here? Trying to look through the comments on here. Nobody is regulating our chat. I apologize. So if there's bad stuff in the chats, we are not monitoring that stuff. So yeah, report it if it's bad stuff, and we'll go from there. All right, let's see what else. Trying to see what else we have in the results. Being told there's another race to look at. Give me 1 second here. So in Canyon County, Clerk Chris Yamamoto is beating Sandy Bowden. Yeah, so that's not a very good. The KTVB site for some of the county stuff is not the greatest, at least for some of the counties. Let's look at congressional. Again, Mike Crapo with 68% winning there. David Roth is winning the Senate Democrat, U.S. Senate Democrat nomination, 57-43. So that's a statewide race. 22,000 Democrats cast votes there. Let's go to. Pull up. I'm being told there's maybe some new results in northern Idaho. So I'm trying to pull some of that up here. Election results. All right, let's take a look here. So the SOS office is still saying that 27.3% of counties have reported. There are 17 counties they have as not reporting at all, 15 partial, fully reporting 12 out of 44 total counties. United States Senator for the Constitution Party, this was not a primary, but Ray Ritz is going to be the nominee. United States Senator for the Libertarian Party, Idaho Sierra Law, also known as Carta Real Sierra for the Libertarian Party. Joe Evans for the Libertarian Party is running for Congressional District 1. For the Democrat Party, Congressional District 1 is Kaylee Peterson. Neither of those had a primary. Congressman Russ Fulcher, who joins us at the beginning of the show, 100% of the vote because he did not have a primary. And let's see, which one was this? Congressional District 2, Wendy Norman is the nominee because it did not have a primary. Mike Simpson has won that race. Oh, we do have a race an update on the Constitution Party now. Shanty Rose Davison is now in the lead with 218 votes to 206 for Dr. Cole. So that is 50, looks like 51% to 46 or 49, excuse me. So very, very close race there. Again, Cole would have to get to 1,000. And the Democrat race for their governor's nominee, Stephen Haidt, has still 75% to 20 3% basically on write-ins. So it would appear that Stephen Haidt would have won that at this time. Libertarian nomination still 60% for Paul Sand and 40% for John Dion Jr. for the Libertarian Party. Yeah, let's see. I'm looking for any other. Pro-life is running for the Constitution Party for lieutenant governor. Terry Pickens Manweiler for the Democrat Party lieutenant governor is the nominee because neither of those two had challengers. Becky currently for lieutenant governor at 55%, and Priscilla Giddings at 39%. So that's changed by 1 percentage point lately. And let's see, Phil McGrain is at 47%, Dorothy Moon is at 38%, and Mary Souza at 15%. That's changed slightly. For state controller, none of the candidates for any of the parties had a challenger. Misty Gardner for the Constitution Party, Diana David for the Democrat Party, and Brandon Wolf for the Republican Party. For state treasurer, Jill Ellsworth for the Democrat Party and Julie Ellsworth for the Republican Party. Neither had a challenger. So this is off the SOS website. We do have a change now for the Attorney General. There was a Democrat nominee. Again, no challenger. Stephen Scanlon will be the nominee. In the Republican race, Labrador is now at 49%, Wasden at 41%, and Art Mackenber at 10%. That's going to be a little ahead of more than 100, but so that one has widened again a little bit more. State Superintendent of Education, again, Debbie Critchfield at 42, Brandon Durst at 30, and Sherry Ibarra at 28. And then you get into all the district races, and so many of these races just do not have very many results that have been counted. You're looking at 1,000 votes in a lot of these that should end up having a lot more at the end of the race here. Let's see. I'm just trying to scroll through them real quick and see if there's any major updates from the state or the state legislative races. So this one has quite a few. In District 6, State Senator Dan Foreman at 44, Robert Blair at 33, and Jen Siegmiller at 22. Trying to see if there's much difference here. District 7 for State Senator, Cindy Carlson at 43, Carl Crabtree at 42. Okay, so I'm going to give you let me give you a more detailed vote. So Cindy Carlson has 2,364 votes. Carl Crabtree has 2,323 votes. So just 41 vote split there. Heather Rogers has 6.34, and Keith Stuffle has 8.04%. So very, very close there. Mike Kingsley, District 7A, with 69% to 31% over Lynn Geyer. Would seem that Kingsley would see that, and that's the type of gap we're talking about. 40 percentage points and a gap when there's 5,000 votes that have been cast. So the odds of that gap closing are not very high. District 8 still for state senate, or District 8 at all, still nothing reported there. District 9, Abby Lee, again, still with a lead of 33%. Jordan Marquez at 29. Jim Rice at 28, and Kayla Dunn at 11. What's that?
Do you want me to still come in? Do you have time?
Yeah, if you got a few minutes. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Oh, no. I always need a break.
Okay.
I've been talking for
How you doing, Greg?
3 hours and 40 minutes.
Did you get our ad up?
Oh my gosh.
What's that?
Did you get our ad up?
Yeah.
Then I was some money.
Yeah.
Blair feels
Yep.
good.
Yeah, I gotta do an invoice or whatever. So,
Yeah, it's fine.
no,
I got
you're
it.
this
Go
way.
this way. Your
This
camera.
way as much as you can.
Okay.
There you go. All right. So I am joined by Debbie Critchfield, who is running for State Superintendent of Education. It's late.
What time is
Not
it? I don't
really that
even
late.
know.
It's 12:30.
Yeah, it's late.
Yeah,
If you're
it's-
over 40. That's
Yeah, it's pretty late. So, how are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling really energized, positive. The returns are coming in nicely for us, and we'll continue to watch and, hope for a win.
Okay. So what I mean, it's well, the race isn't over, but there's no more votes being cast. So.
Right. That's
as far as we know, they're still being
that's
counted. but-
relieving. Trust me.
Yeah. So what has that been like for your campaign? A statewide campaign. Can you kind of tell people what that's like for?
Oh gosh. It's been. I'm trying to even think of how to put it in words. It's been a long year.
Yeah.
Having said that, I have seen the state in ways that I never would have had the opportunity to.
Sure.
I've met people. I feel like I more deeply understand what the issues are. I mean, I felt like I did, but they were either confirmed to me or they were just exposed in greater ways. And I just feel that the travel that I've done, I mean, I have looped this state at least 3 times. And recently, just 2 weeks ago, and that's just fresh on my mind. I mean, talking to people, I just really feel like I know what Idahoans are saying, and I'm one of them. I'm saying the same things.
Yeah. What if you had to pick one issue that was like the main issue in the
messaging
people?
for me?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I mean the people were talking to you about.
Okay.
What were you hearing the most about?
I know you're only looking for one, but I got to say 2.
Oh, that's fine.
So one is a message that I've been giving, and that's on that preparation piece. How are we preparing our kids? How are we providing a relevant educational experience for our students? And are they ready for life? I mean, getting back to the fundamentals. I think that's so important. One of the biggest things that I've heard when I've talked about I guess the graduation requirement for financial literacy. That is that one piece that I see people's eyes open up. I've had applause. I've had people come up to me after and say, "Thank you so much for finally talking about that." These are the practical application of why we educate. And then the other thing that I hear people talk about the local tax burden when it comes to building and maintaining schools. Our local taxpayers, they're tired of paying or being asked, and schools don't want to ask anymore. So I see that as a priority issue for everybody.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's been a long night. It looks like just at the SOS office or update right now, you're at 42%.
Oh, wonderful.
Brandon Durst is at 30, and then Sherry Ibarra, who's the incumbent in the race, is currently at 28. And I assume that they'll be counting votes until like 6 o'clock in the morning.
I'm sure you're right.
It's so long and dragging, but maybe not a big enough gap yet for them to call the race for you. But you guys,
Yeah, we're gonna hang in there until somebody cries uncle.
Yeah. So okay, well, I think people are always curious, regardless of maybe how they stand on issues. Is what is the really like to run a statewide campaign? I mean, it's one thing to run
It's
a district
exhausting.
race, but yeah, a statewide race is
The
like
logistics, I think, are probably one of the biggest things. We've taking advantage of travel. If we knew that we
Yeah.
needed to be in Sandpoint for something related to the party itself, then who do we need to see while we're there? While we are there, what events do we need to put together? And really maximizing the travel. That became something that we got good at. At the first, I found myself kind of zigzagging the state, which was not an efficient way to use my time, and at almost $5 gas. I mean,
Oh,
it was
gosh,
just a killer. And so we got really good at that. The grassroots thing, that was a really important part. Who are contacts, who are supporters that we could reach out to and ask to get things started and, get things going. The communication piece with the team is huge. Who's who has what assignment, what job, making sure that, that as people are doing their roles, that we're talking to each other. And, sometimes things get left out and you say, oh, we should have done that a little better. But I'm proud of the work that we've done. And that's been, I knew that was going to be one of the takeaways that I had from this whole experience, win, lose, or draw. Hi there. Was that I would think, well, we worked hard, and then you leave it up to the voters.
Yeah.
And kind of put everything out there. And anyway.
Yeah. You talk about travel, and it's really interesting because, I lived in Wisconsin for a couple of years, and you could drive from one side of the state to the other in about 4 or 5 hours.
Oh my gosh, that
right?
Sounds like a
from
dream.
one end to the other. And they don't realize that in Idaho, and I've told people, if you drive from the farthest corner and you stay in the state and you don't go into Washington up on the freeway, you go up the highway, you're like 16 hours of straight driving.
Oh, absolutely.
Or, you're going to have to stay along the way just to get up to where you're going, or you fly.
Yeah,
So
two
they can't fathom
Saturdays
that.
ago, I'm sorry, the wind or the.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't
Give me
think
a
about
windblow
that.
look. No,
We
it's all
should have
good.
switched spots
It's
or
all right.
something, but
2 weeks ago, I was I actually drove up to the Canadian border because I was close enough that I thought, well, I'm almost here. I'm 20 minutes from there. And so, you're a good, I was 12 hours from my house.
Yeah.
And so, we did part drive, part fly. It's hard to get up to North Idaho.
Yeah.
It's like plane, trains, and automobiles kind of a thing.
Horse and buggy.
Yes.
However you get there.
Yeah. But it was really important for me to make sure that I was there in person to things. I just think that that's part of being a responsible candidate is if I'm expecting people to pay attention to me and I'm asking them to look at who I am and talk to me, I need to be there.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Well, we appreciate you stopping in.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anything else for the voters tonight?
I think everyone's just happy that it's going to be over.
Yeah.
We're all sick of it.
Yeah.
No, except for maybe my campaign manager.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a life. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah.
But he's in the back, so
Sure.
my hair is just
Okay.
rocking.
Yeah, I don't. We're gonna have to
No,
cover
it's
that up
good.
if we
It's
get
all
another one,
good.
but that's all right.
I just want to say that, that I appreciate just the help and people that have been willing to listen, even if they didn't in the end vote for me, that someone would take the time maybe to look me up online or whatever. That's the American process, and that's important. And I think tonight is a real great example and evidence of people that want to be engaged in who their leaders are and where we want to go in the state, and that matters.
Okay. Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate your time.
Thank you so
very
much.
much. And sorry about
I'll
the
trade you spots.
hair. And,
Get out of your way.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do. All right. So that was Debbie Critchfield, who is currently in the lead for State Superintendent of Education, has about a 12-point lead. At this point, this far into the race, it's still possible that could shift. It hasn't shifted a whole lot. The shifting seems to be that Brandon Durst is gaining in that race, and Sherry Ibarra, who is the incumbent, seems to be losing or dropping in that race. So it does look like there's at least an update on the SOS website. I don't know which races, but they changed some stuff here. Let's see. Trying to give you guys one more update here, or a few more updates. It's just going to see it's hard to remember which ones where they were at. So Little is now at 55. I think we had already covered that. McGeehan at 29, and Ed Humphreys at 12%. Let's see if the Lieutenant Governor's race, Bedke's still at 55 and Giddings at 39. So I don't know that one has shifted a whole lot from the last time that we did it. Phil McGrain is now at 47.16. Dorothy Moon at 37.82. So about 10% is there. And Mary Souza at 15. And the Labrador or the AG's race is not changed from the last time that we saw it, and neither has the superintendent race. And then legislatively, it's just hard to tell how many. So you guys have somebody asked, is Greg Cheney losing? Let me scroll up and see if there's been, again, the Canyon County in particular, where Greg Cheney is, Representative Cheney, who's running for state senate, is just so slow at updating stuff. So let me run through District 11. So again, I don't know how much of this will change. Right now, right now we see Trakel at 56 and Cheney at 44, and that's about 2,700 votes, but that's low. Because I mean, I look at some of these other races that have, District 13, for instance, is, over 4,000 votes, 7,000 votes in the District 14 Senate race. So really hard to say how much is left because, again, the counties don't do a very good job of giving us good information there. I was trying to go back up to where Cheney was, that district. So again, with 2,700 votes, Trakel is at 56 and Cheney's at 44. And seat B, Allgood is at 43, Kent Marmon at 30, and Mike Miller at 27 there. So how's it going? Any ideas on if Canyon County is like somewhat done, or I have no idea. Getting close. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. So this race in District 10 for state senate, there are almost 8,000 votes, and so that's where in some of these races where we're saying that the Cheney Trakel race is 2,000 votes, there's clearly a lot of votes that should still be coming in. But in District 10, Tammy Nichols is now at 59 and Scott Brock is at 41. So that one has shifted quite a bit. District 10, seat A, Mike Moyle at 56, Rachel Hazlip at 44. In seat B, Bruce Gogg at 75, Beverly Ferner at 15, and Coral, I don't know how to say it, Coral Kennedy at 10%. And let's kind of just scroll through real quick and see. So again, District 11, seat B, Chris Allgood at 43, Kent Marmon at 30. Oh, I just did that one. Sorry. There's just so many of these with not a lot. So maybe District 12, CA. This one's very close.
Oh, Dan Foreman.
Michelle Hamilton at 35, Jeff Cornelis at 34, and Sebastian Griffin at 31. So that is one of the closer ones, and that one's got 300 votes. And so I just can't tell you based on how many votes have been cast, how many of these are completely done. But I'm guessing somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 votes in many of the districts is what we would expect. Sorry, which race were you talking about?
Dan Foreman has moved ahead in District 6.
So yeah.
He was behind.
District 6, you scroll past it now. You gotta let me read the results. District 6 State Senator Dan Foreman at 44, Robert Blair at 34, and Jen Siegmiller at 22. And then earlier we told you guys for one of the Canyon County Commissioner races that people were watching. Actually, both of them. Zach Brooks is at 50%. Pam White, who's the incumbent, was at 34. Victor Holiday was at 15. Brad Holton, and so that's District 3 in Canyon County Commissioner. District 2 Can you look at
What did it say?
District 15 Senate and just see. In the District 2 Canyon County Commissioner, Brad Holton has 57. Carrie Smith has 31. Carrie Smith is the incumbent, and Connie Constantine is at 11.
Woody Galloway's 53%.
Okay.
40.
So in District 15 Senate, and this is what, 5, 6, so this could be close to the end potentially here. Cody Galloway has 53, Fred Martin has 41, and Dorothy Greenzang has 6%. And then, all right. Trying to see, I don't see any other results here. Go back to the statewide stuff and see if there's anything updated. Again, some counties the SOS office doesn't even have as reporting, and that can drag this on for much longer. Oh, what time are we at? Okay, so by the way, it's 12:40. We have 5 minutes until. Hey, do either of you know, does Facebook still have a 4-hour time limit on live streaming? They used to. Okay, so we're about to hit the 4-hour time limit for those of you watching on
Are we
Facebook.
still on Facebook? Do we know?
Yeah, as far as I know, we are. I hope we are. Let me double check.
So
Yeah, it says
absolutely
you've been
nothing
streaming
from
for 3
34.
hours.
Yeah, it's 3 hours and 55 minutes. So we are about to the end of someone's life. I mean, of the live stream. Anyway, so yeah, we have 13 of you, looks like, on Facebook, and the rest of you must be watching on YouTube. So if you're on Facebook, I don't know that we want to stop the whole stream and then restart the whole thing. So it might be beneficial just to jump on the YouTube channel and go over to YouTube instead of watching on Facebook, because I don't, unless the whole thing might die here in 4 minutes. If the whole thing dies here in 4 minutes, and we'll start the whole thing again. I'm not really sure how. If we lose a feed on restream, I assume the other feed keeps going. So we're about to find out in 3.5 minutes what's going to happen. Anyway, get a drink here.
Sorry, Greg. Donate to the Idaho Dispatch.
How much did you have to drink?
Yeah.
Dustin's on Cloud 9.
I'm a donor. I donate.
All right.
And
Let's try to
what is going to happen
check the
is he's on Cloud 9.
results here. Okay, so we had a big jump in the percentage reporting on the SOS website to now 43.2%. So not reporting, still have 12, 19 partial, 19 full. Now let's just see what kind of difference we see in the results here. Mike Crapo now at 67% of the vote. What's that?
I think Moon has gained on McGrady.
Yeah, I did that a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's the same as I did the other a minute ago. Let's see. Simpson still 56. Brian Smith 31. In the looks like the Constitution Party one updated. Shanty Rose Davison at 241. Ryan Cole at 210. The Democrat nomination still 79% for Stephen Haidt, so he would appear to be the likely Democrat nominee, and Shelby Rogenstad, who was the write-in, and Dave Riley, who was also write-in. Their grand total, it doesn't tell me who got what, but their grand total right now is 21% between both of those candidates. In the Libertarian Party, Paul Sand with 59% and John Dion Jr. with 41%. Governor's race does not look like it's shifted too much on this latest update. Same with the lieutenant governor's race. Bedke still at 55, Giddings at 39. The Secretary of State's race still about the same. McGrain has just under a 10% lead over Dorothy Moon. What else? Labrador still at 49% exactly, and Lawrence Wasden at 41%. So almost a 9-point lead there for Labrador. Art Mackenber at 9.73%. And in the superintendent race, 41.68% for Debbie Critchfield, who joined us just a little bit ago. Brandon Durst at 30.18 and Sherry Ibarra at 28.15%. And then we'll kind of scroll through and see if there's any legislative updates. Again, a lot of these districts just not posting very quickly their results. I already did that one. That one looks the same. Oh, so this one has changed just slightly. So Cindy Carlson currently at 2,364. Oh, maybe I did do that one. So that one has not changed. Votes, and Carl Crabtree at 2,323. That's for State Senate District 7. So still some likely votes in that race, but a gap of only 41 votes. Now, Mike Kingsley, again, looks like he is well ahead of his opponent for his reelection. He's at 69% to 31%. And let's see. Terry Gestrin, so this is District 8, so there is some reporting now on this. Terry Gestrin at 38%, Jeff Schroeder at 33%, John Kruger at 18%, and Gary Freeman at 10%. So the grand total there, though, for votes is only 12, 19, about 2,000, so still likely a lot to go there. District 8, Seat A, Rob. Is that Beiswinger? Beiswinger. Okay. Is at 46%. Matt Bundy is at 54%. Let's see. And that is all on that one for the most part. Let's see any updates there. Let's jump to, so here's District 9, Seat A. Jason Gallagher at 51%, Ryan Kirby at 49%. That one has 9,000 votes. So that one should be fairly close to being done. Again, we're not going to call any of the races because it's way too early. But there's a gap of exactly 200 votes. Ryan Kirby is the incumbent in that race. District 9, Seat B, Judy Boyle with, well, here, I'll just read the vote count because it's very close. 4,636 votes. Scott Syme, 4,630 votes. So a 6-vote lead for Judy Boyle right now. If that's the end, and that's a lot of votes, that's now over 9,000 votes. If that is the end, you will likely see a recount in District 9, Seat B. And that was the race when bumped the table big there. When Dustin Hurst joined me earlier, we talked about it being over $200,000 spent in that legislative race. Let's see. Trying to see if there's any other change. Still too early in the District 11 Senate race. Not much. There's not enough votes, it would appear there. Let's see. So District 12, Seat A, Jeff Cornelis, 35. Michelle Hamilton, 34%, and Sebastian Griffin, 31%. Very, very close race there. State Senate District 13, Brian Lenny at 58%, Jeff Agenbrod at 42%. Agenbrod is the incumbent in that race. That race has about 5,400 votes. So that, you were on my screen.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Oh, you're good. I was just like, what is happening? So still likely some more votes there, but it would appear that, that is a big lead that that Lenny has over Agenbrod with over 15%. I don't know if we've reported on this one. District 13, Seat B, Kenny Roten, 47, Roger Hunt, 35, Tara Barling, 19%. State Senate, District 14, Scott Groh with 56, Stephen Thane with 33, Katie Donahue with 11. It would appear that Groh is likely to win that race. There's 6, 7, over almost 8,000 votes there. In District 14, Seat A, Ted Hill with 46, Tracy Kolish with 34, Mike Olson, 17. District 14, Seat B, Josh Tanner with 52%. Guyan DeMordaunt, who's the incumbent, is at 48. There's 8,000 votes there. Likely not too many votes left in that race. Let's see. State Senator, District 15, Cody Galloway at 53. Fred Martin, who is the incumbent, is at 41. Dorothy Greenzang at 6. And that race has 5, 6, maybe 6,500. So that race is likely getting close to being done. It really depends. We've seen some races that there could be a couple thousand vote gap. Now, some of these races with only 2,500, 3,000 votes is just not nearly enough. But once you start getting up into the 7,000 to 9,000, there's the potential that those are done. Let's see. State Representative, District 16, Seat B. Jackie Davidson, 55%. Richard Shurtleff, 45%. And almost all of these are Republican primaries. I think there was only one Democrat primary. I don't know which county it was. See if I can find it. So District 20 seat for State Senate, Chuck Winder with 54, Rosa Martinez 46. That one is done. It looks like that's 7, almost 8,000 votes there. Joe Palmer, District 20, Seat A, 62% to 38% for Gloria Irwin. District 20, Seat B, James Holtzclaw, 57%. Mike Hahn, 43%. That one is likely done as well. A lot of these are 7,000, 8,000 votes. State Senate, District 21, Treg Burnt, 61. Thad Butterworth, 39. That one, again, almost 7,000 votes, and that gap is pretty significant that it likely cannot be closed. Let's see, this District 21, Seat A, James Petsky with 39%. Tara Pugmire with 38%, a gap of looks like less than 100. The grand total, though, were 4, 5, 6, 8, might be a little bit left there, possibly. District 22, this is Seat A. This is one of the races I was telling you there are two. Can you go through on the statewide for all of them, and maybe just update those ones? Two candidates that are representatives. John Vanderwoude has 53. Greg Furch has 47. Looks like over 7,000 votes there. That one is likely close to being done. I'm trying to do some of the more closer ones here. Let's see. So then you get to a district like this. So District 24, State Senate, Glenita, Leaderveld. Ziderveld. I'm never going to remember that. 51%, Jim Patrick at 49, but there's only 2,000 votes. So there's still likely way too many votes to count for that to be too definitive right now. In State Senate, District 26, Lori Likely, 59, Eric Parker, 41. Again, 2,700 votes, so still probably at least double the amount of votes. That is a pretty big lead so far for Likely. I don't really want to do too many of these that are just a couple thousand votes because it's just not. District 27, Seat B. Looks like Clay Handy has 44, John Stokes 24, Pat Field 21, Kevin Williams 7, and Ryan Cook 3%. There's 4,705. That one should be fairly close to being done, and a pretty insurmountable lead for Clay Handy. State Senate, District 28. Looks like Jim Guthrie has likely one there. He's got 54. Art DeRosa, 27. Tom Branson, 19. And at least 4, 5, 6,000 votes there. District 28, Seat A. Richard Cheatham at 51%. Don Morell at 49%. 6,000 votes there, likely coming to an end soon there. 28B, Dan Garner at 52, Scott Workman at 48, same amount of votes, so that one is likely done as well. Let's go back to this one here. This was another close race. 29, Seat B, Jake Stevens, 52, Greg Romrell, 48. You guys heading out? Okay. Take care. Thank you. Thanks for all your help. Appreciate it. So that's 4,800 votes. So maybe a little bit more. Some of these, District 29 is a swing district, so there's not maybe as many registered Republicans there as in some of the others. So that one could be done as well. I don't know if there's any other changes here. District 31, Seat A, Gerald Raymond with 56%, Kerry Hanks with 44%. Kerry was the incumbent in that race. Those ones are all about the same. Oh, and on that Kerry Hanks race, that's appears to be most of them, most likely. That's 8,500 votes total. So that's likely done there. Barbara Ehart in District 33A, she's an incumbent, 57% to 43%. 5,800 votes there, maybe some more coming in, but that's a pretty big gap there. Still nothing on District 34. I can see. That's crazy. So yeah, nothing on District 34. And 35, Mark Harris as the incumbent with a 60 to 40% lead over Doug Toomer. 5,600 votes, getting pretty close to being done there. 35B, Josh Wheeler, 54%. Chad Christensen, 46%. 6,000 votes there, likely done as well. I'm just going to see what else is in here. All right. So let's see. refresh and see if it's really changed much. Nope. Now we're getting this late, and I don't know. I've never heard of them just stopping counting in Idaho, but 1 o'clock. So we hear more cheering. Not really sure what that is for yet, but maybe we can go to. So there must have been another race called, I assume. I don't see anything yet. All right. Let's see. I was trying to see if maybe in some of the main races if there's been a big shift. Let's see. Yeah. And the Constitution Party nomination, Davison has 53, and Dr. Cole has 47. So that's the I don't know how many are left, but that's a grand total of like 470 votes there or so between the both of them. Are they?
Yeah, because like.
Okay. So Becky, at least on KTVB, nope, no, I'm just reading.
Oh, sorry.
Becky, no, you're fine. Becky at 54, Giddings at 40, so that's close a little bit, but probably not close. What are they putting for a percentage? No. Go back down. Right there. Nope. Up there. Top right, 70 something. 73%. So I would say Becky, I mean, he's had that lead most of the night, so he's probably on his way to win. And then for Secretary of State, that's down. Phil McGrain at 46, Dorothy Moon at 39, Mary Sue's at 15. So it's closing, not quite closing fast enough if you're Dorothy Moon. Labrador is at 50%, Wasden at 41, and Art Mackenber at 10. That's 7. Does that say 72?
Yes.
Okay, 72%. So that one's kind of getting there too, to where the Labrador has widened his gap. It's not really going much more than 9% at this point, but still about 28% of the vote to go. So you could see some shifting. But once you get up this high, you really have to. If it's more than like 6%, it's just really tough to close those gaps on these statewide races. Stephen Height still 79% for the Democrat nominee, so I can't imagine that one's going anywhere else. Trying to see. Oh, excuse me. Oh, you know what? I wonder if are we still on? I even forgot.
We're live.
Are we still on Facebook? Let's see. Let's see what happens. Maybe it's still says we're live on Facebook. All right. Well, there you go. Holy cow! There's 308 comments on Facebook. Sorry, y'all. I can't really. For some reason, it's not showing me any updates. Oh, there you go. So I'm not even sure how to say this person's name. Phaedra says Canyon County may be slow in reporting because there is strong participation of poll watchers to monitor the counts. Diligence in keeping the counts monitored now just may prevent monkey business and may be able to have a reliable, verified vote. So I'm being told by a political person that Senator Crabtree has lost his reelection bid. I don't know what the vote count there was. Let's refresh it real quick. Oh, the state just did a huge jump in numbers. Let's see what that changed. So now the state is now showing 52.3% reporting it. Was at 42, so it jumped 10%. Let's see what kind of differences we got here. Not much in the Simpson race was already called. Okay. So governor's race, again, not much change. Little at 55, McGeehan at 30, Humphreys at 12, and let's see, what's that?
Cheney's done.
So it's being reported that, let me go down to District 11 here, or sorry, is it 11? I think it's 11. It was 10. I get them all confused now. So I'm not seeing too much difference in the numbers here. So somebody said that the race for state senate in District 11, which was Representative Greg Cheney and Chris Trakel, the state Secretary of State's website shows 54 to 46 with only 3,500 votes. So I'm not quite sure how much is left, or if they're seeing different numbers than we can see on here. I'm going to go back up to the other race I was looking for. State Senate District 5, Carl Bajurk, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, 61, Peter Riggs, 39. Peter Riggs is the incumbent. That race has over 4,000 votes. More of a swing district, so potentially, or no, I'm thinking 6. Sorry. So no, I can't remember now if that area is part of a swing. So that could be fairly close, but that's a big gap anyway, even if it's not. I was looking for. I was told to look at the Crabtree race.
Yep, District 7.
7. Okay. All right. So District 7, Cindy Carlson, it's a state senate, has a 49%. Has 49%. Carl Crabtree, who's the incumbent, at 40, Heather Rogers at 5, and Keith Stuffle at 6. That's 7. That's got to be the end of that one there. That's 8,000 votes. I was told by somebody in the know on that race that Carlson has defeated Crabtree. Run through these real quick. Let's see. District 8 Senate, Terry Gestrin, 35. Jeff Schroeder, 30. This looks fairly similar to what it was earlier, though. I don't think that one's changed. So maybe go down to District 34 and see if they finally have anything. That was the only other one that wasn't reporting anything. No, still nothing on 34. So if you're in District 34, polls closed. Was it 5 hours ago? And there's still no results. Can you try to go to the Madison County website and see if they have anything on their website directly? Maybe, I don't know. So let's see. So kind of interesting. Some of them, some of the candidates from the more conservative wing of the Republican Party and the House side seem to be losing tonight. But those, at least we're told, some of those, more conservative candidates in the Senate side seem to be winning. And so it'd be kind of an interesting dynamic to see if the House shifts to be more moderate and the Senate shifts to be more of the, moves further to the right. That would definitely change the dynamics. It's always, the way it's described to us is, there's 70 people in the House and only 35 in the Senate. And so it always seemed like there was a lot more effort to control the Senate by each side, simply because you don't need as many votes. And if you talk to the people in the House, they'll tell you that all the good bills go to die in the Senate. And if you're talk to a lot of people in the Senate, they'll say, the House is always sending us bad bills. So I don't think that dynamic will ever change. Both chambers, when talking to them, seem to enjoy blaming each other. What's that?
They don't have any
Okay, so we even went to the Madison County website, and there's still nothing there. So that's kind of interesting. What time is that? 1 o'clock. Let's see. Trying to find out a little bit more about Canyon County. Let's see what else. If there's any other races you guys are looking at, let us know. Right now, let me jump onto YouTube and check the comments real quick. I'm not seeing any other requests on. Let's see. All right. Let's see. On there. Let's see. Any else? Did you go find some people? Oh,
Where did
thank
you find all that?
Huh?
Where did you find all that?
All right. What else?
I love you. Thank you.
So yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Scott Herndon. Last I saw, there hadn't been much of a change in that race. For Scott Herndon was
steady.
District 1, State Senate, and from what I remember, there wasn't a lot of votes that had been cast. Let me try to see if I can find it real quick.
4,500.
Oh, so it has changed then, because that's different with the percent. No, so actually,
Scott's ahead now.
wait, hold on. Okay, so
That
now
has
in District 1 State Senate, Scott Herndon is at 51%, and Jim Woodward is at 49%. Woodward is the incumbent, and there is a gap of 104 votes. And there's almost 5,000 votes cast. So likely still some more votes. So that would be a race to watch for quite a while, because again, we don't know the percentage of done versus not done. District 1, Seat B, by the way, Sage Dixon, who's the incumbent, is at 56, and Todd Engel is at 44. All right. Well, I'm trying to look. Some of these other, and so then that's the hard part with the redistricting. Prior to redistricting, we could kind of get a better estimate on how many votes get cast in the primary, because it becomes, pretty apparent over 2 or 3 election cycles. But after redistricting, and because Idaho had a massive redistricting because of the influx of people over the last 10 years. So a lot of states, if they don't lose or gain much in population, their lines don't get really redrawn all that much. But because ours got redrawn in massive ways, there was just no way for anybody to really determine what it was going to look like. And so, yeah, crazy. So we're being told we believe that Canyon County is done, but I don't know. I don't know if the state is showing that, though. I'm trying to ask. Let's see. Let me jump over and see the map the state has as far as districts being done. Where'd it go? Not see it on mobile. Maybe you only have to do it on the computer. The map shows the counties.
Where did we? No, I can't remember where I found it.
I thought it was on the. That was on the SOS website somewhere, but now I don't know. Yeah. So let's maybe do one more quick. I don't see that much has changed. No, that's not what I want. Not list. Slideshow.
I should have bookmarked that.
What's that?
I should have bookmarked it.
There you go. Not seeing too many changes in the numbers here. Let's refresh this one more time. Do not want list. So I think we may wrap it up here shortly. Try to get out a few articles, wrap up some of the numbers on what happened tonight. Again, we'd love to have you guys on. And as far as the big races go, there's still, the gaps are kind of closing a little bit, and some of them widening in others. And we'll just have to kind of wait and see through the night. At this point, it's hard to say. We may end up in a situation where it just sits here like this for another hour, and then they do a dump of data into the system, and then it's like, oh, hey, it all changed again. So
This one's just bouncing back and forth.
Which one?
Boyle and Stein.
It's still the 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's still
the
6 gap or whatever. So, all right, guys. Well, we appreciate you tuning in, and it's been fun. It was a long night, but I'm about ready to turn in.
You did well.
Let us know what you guys thought of the show. Hopefully, it was worth it. If not, we definitely do not have to do it again. At least all the traveling and all that kind of stuff. But we could do a show in November.
Oh yeah.
For the November election, but that might not be as entertaining, so to speak. A lot of the Republicans already have a majority in the state house for next year because the Democrats ran so few candidates that the Republicans automatically have a majority. So there are going to be some interesting contested races, I think, in November for state house, but that could mostly be it. So we appreciate you guys tuning in. We hope it was worth your time, and it was somewhat entertaining. We did everything we could, and we'll hopefully see you guys again in another one.